these 1899 double eagles come in, there were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, there's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks. Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS62. And again, the 1904 P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rare in this condition than the 1904 P. Here's another 1904 P, $4,200 for an MS62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS62. Again, a no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Well, here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at, again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924 P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904 P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899 P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899 Ps. Call in now, folks. MS62 and MS63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now if you put half down today, $1,747.50. We will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin, half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899 P Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62, is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European banker, where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s. This is amazing quality for an 1899 P. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, I mean, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899 P. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, we'll reserve one of these 1899 Ps for you in MS63. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Very unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have one of my favorite coins struck in the 20th century for you today, folks. And I have the most exceptional examples in proof condition. It's the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. This is a presentation on these coins that I have not given in many, many years. And I have them in the new Kennedy aspirational holders. Now, before I go any further, I need to give you a little background information on this holder and also on the Franklin and Eisenhower dollar holders that I am introducing over the next couple months. First of all, this book, my very first book, which came out in early 1992, just about 30 years ago, was in some ways a landmark book because it talked about cameo, an ultra cameo Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, Washington quarters, Lincoln cents, and it had a date-by-date analysis of all of these different dates and issues in cameo and ultra cameo condition. And I'm really proud of the fact that here we are about 30 years later, and all the population estimates that I have in this book have turned out to be pretty accurate. This has been a true love of mine, and it's this book that was the catalyst for NGC and PCGS to introduce their cameo and ultra cameo and deep cameo standards that you see on all the coins that they grade today. When you see a PCGS coin with a cameo or deep cameo designation, the catalyst, it all started with this book. And I worked with both PCGS and NGC in determining what the standards should be for a cameo and deep cameo coin or a cameo and ultra cameo coin with NGC. And those standards are very, very important. And over the last almost 30 years now, you see the evolving population numbers, and you can see the rarity of these coins in cameo and ultra cameo, and that's really important. However, at the same time, I feel that when it comes to grading Franklin half dollars, when it comes to grading Kennedy half dollars, when it comes to grading Eisenhower dollars and what should be a cameo and what should be an ultra cameo or a deep cameo, I'm the most knowledgeable person in the country on these coins. And so it's really important that I protect this area of collecting to ensure that when a collector gets a coin that's graded ultra cameo or deep cameo, it meets my standards for what I think the coin should be. If it's in an ultra cameo holder, it should have ultra cameo contrast. Same thing with a deep cameo PCGS holder. And so I've designed this new holder for the Franklin half dollar series, the Kennedy half dollar series, and the Eisenhower dollar series. It's a proprietary holder for each series, and we have them on display. What these coins represent are coins that I have personally reviewed and that I feel meet my standards for having exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and the grade. Here you see two Franklin half dollars. And I call it the We the People holder. Each of these holders have something to do, some historical significance with the individual pictured on the holder. For the Franklin holder, I call it the We the People holder. Those are the first three words of the Constitution, and he was one of our founding fathers. And you see that 49D there? It's in a We the People holder because for a 49D, it's a beautiful, brilliant specimen. Most 1949Ds in 6.5 FBL have really unattractive mint-set toning. Those are the kind of coins that will not go into the We the People holder. And the Cameo Franklin you see there for 1950 is an exceptional Cameo 1950 Franklin. And so it's in a We the People holder. The new Kennedy half dollars, I call it the aspirational holder because there's two great quotes on that holder. The one at the top, which I've quoted many times before, which I think is one of the great lines of all our presidents that Kennedy made, some 60 years ago, his statement, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." And then about a year or two later, he gave a speech where he talked about going to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. And he set that goal for our country, and the goal was to land on the moon and bring those astronauts back safely by the end of the decade. And we achieved that goal in July of 1969. And then the new Eisenhower dollar holder. I'll call it the I Like Ike holder because that was a famous button that it was part of his presidency when he was running for president. Eisenhower didn't want to be a politician, but he was convinced by both the Democrat and Republican Party that the country really needed him. And so he chose the Republican Party because he felt he had more in common with the Republican Party than with the Democratic Party at that time. And he ran on the Republican ticket. And on the obverse, you see Eisenhower as our president. But most importantly, when you flip the holder over on the reverse, you have this famous scene from D-Day, June 6, 1944. He was our commander. He was the Allied commander in the European theater. And he was the man who had to call that D-Day invasion. And it was a tough call because when he made that call, he knew within 48 hours, thousands and thousands of our troops would be dead. He got us through World War II, and he was a great president in the 8 years he ran in the 1950s. And so these Eisenhower dollars that you see in these proprietary holders, again, they are exceptional coins for the date and grade. Also, very, very importantly, NGC will have, they do have their own independent population numbers. When you go into the NGC website, for coins in these proprietary holders, the coins that I have personally reviewed that make it into the Franklin We the People holder, the Kennedy Aspiration holder, or the Eisenhower I Like Ike holder. They have separate independent population numbers. And they're going to be a lot different from their population totals for the generic coins that I have personally not reviewed. And the other important aspect of this holder is that they will also have their own registry. If you want to build a top registry set, there'll be a separate category for coins in these proprietary holders. Folks, it's really important. I've written many, many books on rare coins, but these holders are part of a legacy that I want to leave so that 100 years from now, when collectors of future generations buy a Franklin half dollar or a Kennedy half dollar or an Eisenhower dollar and it's in one of these holders, they know it's been reviewed by me and that it meets my highest standards for eye appeal and quality for that coin, for the date and grade. And that's really what's most important. On to the 64 Kennedy that I have for you today. First of all, here's a picture of 3 Kennedy half dollars. The 1964 Kennedy, folks, is, of course, it's the first year of the Kennedy half dollar. It was, in many respects, and it is the most important Kennedy half dollar. This was the Kennedy half dollar that people were waiting in lines for at the U.S. Mint to get examples of. The original mintage for the Mint State Kennedy half dollar was supposed to be around 90 million coins. But the public demand for this coin was so great. Well, after they struck all these 90 million examples, which was a record total for a half dollar, the coins all disappeared. They couldn't find any of them in commerce. Well, people were putting them away for safekeeping as mementos. You have to understand that the assassination of President Kennedy in November of 1963 was a seminal event in our country's history. This was the first such tragedy that the whole country got to experience firsthand in the age of television. And so when President Kennedy was assassinated in late November of 1963, everyone, I can remember my parents, my dad would come home from work, watch the evening news, and we would all watch these events as they unfolded regarding his funeral, the burial of President Kennedy. And so the whole country was involved in this tragedy that affected all of us. And so when it was announced that a new $50 was going to be designed with his portrait for 1964, everyone wanted an example of this $50. So the original 90 million struck, again, were all put away. They disappeared from commerce. So the mint increased the total to 150 million. And there were still no Mint State Kennedy $50 in commerce. They increased it to 250 million. They ended up striking them into the year 1965. They ended up striking over 400 million examples in mint state condition. That's an all-time record. And that will never be equaled again for a $50. As importantly, 1964 was the only year the Kennedy $50 was struck on these 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint. Because in 1965, the silver content was reduced to 40% because of the rising value of silver. Now, the Kennedys I have for you today are the proof versions of the Kennedy $50. Now, what makes these proof versions that I have for you today so exceptional are the fact that they are among the finest known. First of all, while there were over 400 million Kennedy $50 struck for commerce in mint state condition, there were less than 4 million struck in proof. And you can see the mintage total for the 1964 Kennedy. Now, 4 million, or 3,950,000, that was a record total for a proof coin. But it was a small number when you're talking about the number of coins that were struck for commerce. Now, at the same time, though, the quality of these 1964 proof Kennedys was really, in so many cases, subpar. I remember when it was announced that there were proof sets at my local coin shop. I bicycled over there, and the place was packed. Everybody wanted one of these 1964 proof sets. And the original price, as they came from the mint, was $2.10 to buy a proof set from 1964. That was the original mint issue price. However, the demand was so great that within a very short time, people were reselling these 1964 proof sets for $20, from $2.10 to $20. Just for the Kennedy $50. Now, the problem back then, and we didn't recognize it in 1964, quality is so much more important today than it was back in 1964. The important thing was just having these coins in proof condition because they were low mintage. Proof coins, folks, are meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And to make these proof coins, the process back in 1964 was really not much different from the process that they used in the 1800s. In 1964, what they would do is take the finest dyes, and they would first dip them in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And that acid bath would frost the entire dye. And then they would take that dye and put it on a buffing wheel and buff the fields so that acid etch frost would be buffed smooth until they had a mirror-like finish. On the other hand, the portrait that was recessed wouldn't receive any of that buffing treatment. It would retain the acid etch cameo effect. And so when that die was put into place, the first coin struck off that die would have that cameo effect, that acid etch frost cameo effect, transferred to the coin. The problem was these acid etched cameo dies were very delicate, and the die pressure was about 200 tons, and each proof coin was struck twice. And so that cameo effect would quickly wear away, and it would become lighter and lighter in terms of the frost, until eventually the coin was what we call a brilliant proof, where there was no cameo contrast at all between the fields and the portrait of Kennedy. Now we've got 3 pictures of Kennedy half dollars. The one that you see in the deep cameo on the far right there, now it's dated 1969, but it's the same grading standard for 1969 as it is for 1964. And that's a deep cameo. NGC would call it an ultra cameo. And that would represent among the first strikes off of a new proof die. And then when you get maybe 100 strikes later, you've got diminished frost because of the wearing of that proof die. And you get these coins struck with nice frost, but it would no longer be an ultra cameo or a deep cameo. And we call those coins cameo. You'd get a fair number of these coins struck in cameo before the frost with each successive strike would be less and less and less until you get to these coins on the left, which would be struck as proof coins with no cameo contrast. For the year 1964, probably about 99% of the proof Kennedy struck are brilliant proofs. Only a tiny percentage, 1% or less, would be cameo or deep cameo. When you got your 1964 proof set, this is the last year they came in these manila envelopes with cellophane packaging. You got your set out, and one of the problems, again, the 64 Kennedy had serious quality control issues. The Mint was in a rush to get these coins out to the public. The demand was so great. And so you'll see a lot of these Kennedy half dollars. In the case on the reverse of this coin, when you look at it, you see the spotting all over the reverse. Well, that was, again, a quality control issue. In a rush to get these coins, these proof coins out to the public, one of the procedures was to wash the coin blanks in a soap solution. And they were then supposed to wash that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. However, in most cases, they didn't do a 100% efficient job in getting all that soap residue off the blank. And any soap residue left on the blank, when that blank went into the die and you had 200 tons of pressure coming down, the residue was struck into the coin. And we call them milk spots, but if you do a chemical analysis of these spots, which I had done, it is a form of soap that is actually on that coin blank. Now, the Kennedys I have for you today, I have them in brilliant proof, but the highest grade in brilliant proof, 69. I've got a lot of other 1964 Kennedys in lower grade proof condition, but the brilliant proof examples I have for you are the highest grade. They're a proof 69 condition. But then I also have the 1964 Kennedy in cameo proof condition. And this is where they are much rarer, and I'm going to show you the population numbers in just 1 minute. But I have them in proof 67 cameo, proof 68 cameo, and then the highest grade in cameo, proof 69 cameo. And you could see the difference. You could see the frosted portrait. And again, I'm really selective. When you get a cameo 1964, it's going to have nice cameo contrast, obverse and reverse. And then finally, if you want the ultimate, and these are the most valuable 1964 Kennedy half dollars in proof, the ultra cameos, those earliest strikes off the die. I have a very limited number of these coins, folks, in proof 67 ultra cameo, proof 68 ultra cameo, and proof 69 ultra cameo. You see those have my Everest selection seal, meaning it's just a top coin in terms of its eye appeal and quality. Ultra cameo 1964 Kennedys are extremely rare. Now, most importantly, to get a cameo or ultra cameo designation, the coin needs to have that contrast on both the obverse and reverse. And when you look at the Kennedy below there, you'll see the frosted reverse. That's really important because back then, folks, the Mint policy was to only change that half of the die pair that was most worn. And the obverse and reverse dies wore at different rates. So you had a situation where the Mint was striking all these Kennedy half dollars with a brand new pair of dies. Those dies would wear, but they would wear at different rates. And let's say the reverse die was completely worn, so they would replace it with a new reverse die. Now, that new reverse die would have a beautiful frosted cameo effect on the reverse. However, that obverse had worn, considerably, and it was just a brilliant proof at that point. So you'd have these Kennedy half dollars struck with a brilliant obverse, but a gorgeous reverse. But then maybe a couple hundred strikes later, the obverse die would be completely worn, and so they would replace it with a brand new obverse with a beautiful cameo. But by that time, the reverse die had worn, and so it had very little, if any, cameo contrast. So you get these Kennedys with beautiful cameo obverses, but brilliant reverses. So to get an ultra cameo, you had to have a brand new obverse and a brand new reverse, and these ultra cameo coins were struck for a very, very limited period. Now here are the latest population numbers, and what I've done is taken several years from the Kennedy series. I've got the first year of the series, the 1964 population, and then we skipped several years because from 1965 to 1967, they didn't strike any proof coins at the Mint. They resumed proof making in 1968, and when they did, it was at the San Francisco Mint. And I've got those populations, and then I skipped to the year 1980, and then finally I skip another 30 years to 2010. And I do that so you can see the rarity of these coins in cameo and ultra cameo through the decades. When you look at those coins at the bottom, 2010, virtually every proof coin struck is an ultra cameo. And the same is true for 1980. But that wasn't the case when you're talking about proof coins struck in the mid-1970s and earlier. You see, it's these earliest proof coins, like the 1964 Kennedy. They created the cameo effect by using that acid dipping technology. And then those acid-prepared dies were very delicate. The cameo effect wore very, very quickly. So you had very few coins struck in ultra cameo condition. Now, they began making more changes. They began to change the dies more frequently at the San Francisco Mint. So you see more ultra cameos graded in 1968, 69, and 70. But the biggest change came in the mid-1970s when they introduced a sandblasting technology where they actually sandblasted the die to create a really intense frost on that die. And then they buffed the fields, and then they actually chrome-plated the die to give it extra hardness and durability. And they really had this process perfected by the late 1970s, so a die could strike thousands of really heavily frosted Kennedy half dollars before it would wear. And then they would quickly replace that die. So by the late 1970s, every Kennedy struck would be a beautiful ultra cameo. And here's a 1991 set as an example. If you went and bought 100 1991 proof sets, every one would be a beautiful ultra cameo like you see here. Obverse and reverse, because they had the technology, that sandblasting technology that they didn't have back in the early 70s and earlier at the Philadelphia Mint. Now you see the cameos and ultra cameos certified. Those are the total NGC population numbers. And you see how rare they are in cameo, but especially in ultra cameo. Now those are all the examples graded. Those are not examples that are in the new Kennedy aspirational holder, because there's a lot of Kennedys that they've certified that are graded cameo that I would not put in the holder. This is where the independent population numbers for the Kennedy aspiration holder on the NGC report is going to be really important. Because there's a 1965, a special mint set issue that NGC has graded Cameo that wouldn't meet my standard for a Cameo for that year. It would be a coin that I would review, but that would not go in the Kennedy holder. It simply, in my opinion, isn't a strong enough Cameo to earn the designation. You look at the example next to it. Notice how frosted the portrait is. That's what a Cameo should look like. And that's why that coin is in the aspiration holder. Most important, the additional cost to you for a Kennedy in that holder is about $20, which covers my cost for resubmitting the coin to NGC and having them encapsulate it in this proprietary holder. So I'm not making any extra money on the coin. My whole purpose, though, is to guarantee you the finest possible Kennedy half dollars for the date and grade. Now, the first of the 64s I have in proof 69 condition, folks. Now, you'll see some dealers selling a 1964 Kennedy. A lot of dealers selling them for $400 or $500. Here's a dealer that has been in business since the 1970s. And with 100% positive feedback, folks, at $499, a fair price for a Kennedy in proof 69 condition. I've got these examples today. Again, I cut out all the middlemen. This is the highest proof grade NGC has given a 1964 Kennedy. They have not graded any 1964 Kennedys in proof 70. This is the highest proof grade, proof 69. It's $299. $299 for a 1964 Kennedy in proof 69 in my proprietary aspiration holder. And then I have the Cameo examples. You'll find Cameo designated 64 Kennedys going for a lot of money. Here's a dealer offering a proof 68 Cameo, virtually 100% positive feedback, a 6.8 Cameo, very rare, even in the NGC generic holder, $595. Here's a 6.9 Cameo, dealer with 100% positive feedback, a top-rated seller, $950 for, that's the highest grade in Cameo. There are no, again, proof 70, 1964 Kennedy half dollars. Here's another one, proof 69 Cameo, $1,150. That's the highest one I've seen, $2,000, a dealer with 98.6% positive feedback. Take a look at these three pieces. The 1964s you see here, folks. The total NGC population is about 1,800 coins. Perhaps 30% of those are aspiration quality. A beautiful, problem-free proof 67, lovely obverse and reverse Cameo contrast. Extremely scarce, $149. And then the 6.8 Cameos, only around 1,700 certified. That's in all the generic holders. Only a small percentage are this kind of quality that will make it into this holder. This is a coin, again, you put away now, 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now, it's going to be one of the top Kennedy half dollars in 6.8 Cameo, and I have it, folks, not for $795 or $595. There are no middlemen here. I've got these coins for only $249. And finally, if you want a beautiful Cameo, a top of the line, highest grade in Cameo condition, $595. I have a limited number of these in 6.9 Cameo. Again, the total NGC population is only 795. Maybe 25, 30% of those would be this quality that would make it into this Kennedy holder. And now the ultimate, my favorite Kennedy half dollars in Ultra Cameo. One of these 1964 Ultra Cameos were one of the coins that really got me excited about Cameo proof coins back in the early 1980s. When I saw my first really nice, beautiful Ultra Cameo 1964 Kennedy, I couldn't believe such a 1964 proof Kennedy existed. I thought they were all brilliant proofs. And then you look at this Proof 67 Ultra Cameo, folks. I mean, when I saw one of these with this frost on the obverse and reverse, it just blew my mind. I think I paid back then, again, there was no NGC and PCGS back then. This was the early 1980s. This was the early 1980s. I believe I paid around $60, $70 for that coin back then. I've got these 1964s in Proof 67 Ultra Cameo, limited quantity, a very limited quantity, $549. And then in 6/8 Ultra Cameo, I have fewer than 10 examples. Look at this piece, folks. You could go out and buy 1,000 1964 proof sets that have never been searched through. 1,000. And I could almost guarantee you, you will not find a 1964 Kennedy that looks like this, or in this condition. It's extremely rare. The current NGC population total is 394. Maybe 150 of these will be this kind of quality. And I have them for only $1,195. And it's on the 2-payment option. You could put half down today of $597.50 and the balance in 30 days. And now the top of the line. This is as good as it gets. The rarest Proof Kennedy in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, aside from the accented hair. Only 144 certified in generic NGC holders, folks. I have only certified so far in this aspiration holder 4 examples. And this is one of them that you see here. This is the top of the line. I don't remember, I've gone through hundreds of thousands of 1964 proof sets over the decades. It's probably been about 20, 25 years since I handled a 1964 proof set that had a Kennedy of that quality in it. Those days are long, long gone. This piece here, this is the top of the line. If you want to build an ultimate proof set of Kennedy half dollars, you start with this coin you're looking at right now. The coin is $4,800. And frankly, I think it's a bargain at that price because I know how rare they are. I've spent all the decades in the trenches looking at hundreds of thousands of 1964 proof sets, and I know how rare this coin is. It's available on the 2-payment option, so if you put half down today, we'll hold one of these coins for you, and that's really important because, again, I only have a few of these in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Half down today of $2,400, balance in 30 days. Finally, I do have one last little bonus. What better way to begin building an ultimate Kennedy collection than with having the first year of issue in proof condition, in the highest grade in Proof, Proof Cameo, and Proof Ultra Cameo. A Proof 69, a Proof 69 Cameo, and a Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. If you want to acquire one of these, I'll call them a collector's set. The ultimate Kennedy collector set. The first year of issue, the only year they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet when they're most rare in Cameo and Ultra Cameo condition. I've got this set for $54.95. $5,495, $1,831.67 down today, and the balance in 30 and 60 days. Now, folks, if you do get that set, I will throw in, and this is something I rarely do, but for those collectors who are really building top-of-the-line sets, one of my remaining copies of my very first book. I don't offer this book for sale at any price. I've got a limited number of copies left. I have seen these books offered on Amazon, brand new copies for over $1,000 by some collectors. This is, again, a landmark book. This is the book that got the whole Cameo, Ultra Cameo revolution started. I will have it signed if you would wish. I would sign it to you and sign off and date it. And I'll throw one of these copies in. Again, this is my pride and joy, my very first book that was really revolutionized proof collecting. And you'll get one of these books with this incredible 1964 Kennedy half dollar set. In closing, with your Kennedy half dollar, you will get a brochure that explains in detail what this holder represents and what it offers you in terms of eye appeal and quality, the fact that there are independent NGC census numbers, shows you the difference between a generic Kennedy and one in an aspiration holder. This is all about your collecting future, folks. This is one of the legacies that I want to leave to collectors of today and future generations. The Franklin half dollar series, the Kennedy half dollar series, the Eisenhower dollar series. These are areas that have so much potential for collectors today. But it's most important that when you get one of these coins, you get the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. And that's what I'm doing for you here today. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a ground floor opportunity. This is the start of something that's going to be really, really big in the years ahead. Thank you for watching. From our Rare Collectibles TV family to yours, we wish you a happy and safe holiday.
Collectibles TV. I'll be your host, James Gerstel, and I have a flat-out really rare coin. I want to get right to it because once I saw the price that we're going to be offering this at, and there's a discount for quantity, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. This is a rare Kennedy half dollar. Now, I'll bet you might own quite a few Kennedy half dollars because naturally the series began in 1964. And the coin is still struck every year up to this point. But I'll bet you, even if you own every single Kennedy half dollar from every year and every variety, you do not own a Kennedy half dollar that was struck off a brand new die and got graded a proof-like. Of all the coins, Morgan dollars, any coin that you can think of, when those coins are first struck on a brand new set of dies, the very few first coins, and there are not a lot, come out with a different finish. They almost look like a proof coin. They have a different finish entirely, and you know why that is? Because the die has had no opportunity whatsoever to wear out by striking thousands and thousands of coins. Because when a die is brand new, the coins that come off the coining press have a different look entirely. Let me show you what is not a proof-like coin in terms of a Kennedy half dollar. This is a mint set right here. And every single one of these coins came straight off a coining press at the U.S. Mint. But look at the Kennedy half dollar. That's brand spanking new. It's never been out of that holder. But look at the surface. It's uncirculated, there's no doubt about that. But it has no luster. It's not a great coin, to be perfectly honest with you. And the reason why I'm showing you this coin is for the coin you're about to see. Now, take a look at a mint state proof-like Kennedy half dollar. I mean, there is no comparison, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a proof coin. That is a mint state Kennedy half dollar that was struck at the Denver Mint in 2019. This mint state 68, one of the highest grades you can get, proof like Kennedy half dollar, is a real rarity. But the price, folks, It's insane. And I want to let you know that for less than $50, you can own a Mint State 68, one-of-a-kind Kennedy half dollar that has been graded A-proof-like. It's not just us saying it is, not my opinion, it's third-party grading. So that's written in stone. Now, when you take a look at the Kennedy half dollar, it's the world's most popular half dollar. There have been over 4 billion Kennedy half dollars that have been struck, and those coins were struck to be released into circulation, as was the coin that we are featuring. And then you look at the proofs, and the proofs obviously are a fraction of the business strikes. Now, here's where it really gets crazy. The total proof strike Kennedy half dollars, certified in any condition by NGC or PCGS, combined is over 1 million coins. And as a percentage, it's not very high because it isn't very high. It is not even 0.75%. Now, here's where we get to a whole other world. The total Kennedy half dollar business strikes that have been certified in any condition by either of the major grading services combined is 263,000. And as a percentage, we love percentages, right? It's 0.01. So look at that right there, 0.01%. Does not happen very often. Here's where we really get to where the magic happens, folks. The total business strike Kennedy half dollar certified in Mint State proof-like condition by either one of the grading services combined is 15,420. As a population certified, Mint State proof likes 5.9%. And then you see the bottom line. Look at that percentage. It's insane how low it is. Hands down, ladies and gentlemen, you want the rarest of the Kennedy half dollars, you got to go for the proof likes. Hardly any coins will certify as proof like, because they're only going to be proof likes for the first very few that come off the coining press when the die is replaced. And what happens is, as soon as the die is replaced, they'll strike these coins, and the first few are unbelievable. And then the other ones are great too, but they'll strike, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000, even 200,000. The die is going to naturally wear to the point where you don't see that unbelievable proof-like contrast. It jumps out at you. It looks mirrored. And that's the rarity of a proof-like coin. In Morgan dollars, in gold coins, any type of United States coin or any coin anywhere where they are the earliest strikes, they could be designated as a proof-like, but they have to have that reflective nature on both the obverse and the reverse. It can't just be one side. These are really rare. Now, did I happen to mention yet that these are $49.95? This is the craziest thing I have ever seen. Now, here's the other thing. You have an opportunity here, if you are willing, and you should be willing, to buy 5 of them. They'll cost you $175, and that's $45 a piece. Ladies and gentlemen, there's never going to be a lot of these coins. When you look at the entire series of the Kennedy half dollars, hardly any proof likes exist. You see the figures. Now, not only are they rare, but you can really see the difference. They're a cut above. Look at that. I mean, the coin looks like it has a mirror across the whole coin. These are the few, the far between. Now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Struck at Denver. These coins were struck for commerce. They're not interested generally in the quality, but the quantity. In this instance, however, we got in on some of the only Kennedy half dollars that will grade in proof-like. Now, every collector loves the Kennedy half dollar, and that's a broad statement, and here's the reason why I say that. You saw the mintages already of the Kennedy half dollar. In 1963, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and we all know that was November 22nd of 1963, within 5 days, there was already plans to release a Kennedy half dollar to honor the fallen president, to change the design of the half dollar that was currently being issued, the Franklin, and replace Benjamin Franklin with the Kennedy half dollar. Now, it was actually the First Lady, Jackie Kennedy, who wanted it that way because she did not feel that one of the presidents should be taken off the U.S. coins. You had Lincoln on the penny and Roosevelt on the dime. Now, the only figure on American coinage at the time who was not a president was Benjamin Franklin, even though he was a founding father. And it was agreed that Franklin could go. He still remained on our currency. And Kennedy would replace him. And so the Kennedy half dollar, when it first came out in 1964, you had throngs of people lining up for blocks to really get what was a tribute to the fallen president, a memorial to John F. Kennedy. And that feeling, that part of history that everybody identified with when they owned one of those coins is the reason why today nearly every Kennedy half dollar that appears for sale anywhere gets grabbed up. Have you noticed that you never find a Kennedy half dollar and change anywhere? Even if you go to the bank to get them brand new, they don't have them. And the reason for that is the mint figured out that as soon as any Kennedy half dollar gets released, people grab them and put them away. A memorial to the fallen president. Here is the best of all worlds. You get the most popular half dollar in the entire world, and especially in this country, but not just here in this country, because Kennedy was a international figure. Don't forget, it was John F. Kennedy who really demanded that the United States of America go at breakneck speed to land a man on the moon within the decade of the 60s and return him safely to Earth. Nobody ever thought of ever doing that. The space race was in its infancy. And here you had John F. Kennedy extolling Congress to authorize the billions of dollars that it would take to beat the Russians to the moon. And we did that in 1969. Kennedy did not live to see it, but it was accomplished. And because of all of the great deeds, and when you talk about the space program, Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, is considered the father of the space program because of what he did and all the technology that ensued. Amazing. But numismatically speaking, the Kennedy half dollar outsells every half dollar, whether it be bust half dollars or any of the earlier half dollars. No half dollar has the popularity that the Kennedy half dollar does. So when you look at the figures of the amount of coins that will grade as proof likes, it's so low that literally the millions of collectors of this coin are never going to have an opportunity to own one of these coins. Now, you know, I was saying before this presentation started that we really, at $49.95, there should be a 1 in front of that, right? Because look at this, a proof like Kennedy half dollar in a mint state 68 for $199. $49.95 here, or $45 if you buy 5. Here is another one I found, $140. Terrific price. But it's not $49.95 for sure, right? Or $45. 68 proof light Kennedy half dollar. Look at that one. $224.95. Normally, you know, I would never go on the air normally and say that the folks I work with have lost their minds. But, I mean, let's face it, guys. When you factor in what it can cost to grade a coin, and this is the thing. You can't pick up the telephone. That's funny, right? You can't order a coin from the U.S. Mint as a proof like, because it's an accidental occurrence. They don't set out to strike proof likes. And you see, that's the thing. When you have the finest mint state, they meant to do that. When you have one of the nicest proofs, that was meant to happen. It's a collector coin. It's struck multiple times. But when you have a mint state 68 proof like, it's just happenstance that you happen to get one of the very few coins, and it happens so infrequently, that were of the earliest coins struck on a brand new set of dies. Thus coming out, striking with a proof-like finish. This is a $49.95 opportunity to score big. That's why, if you're interested in the 5, and again, let me say, this is a coin that I don't think you're ever going to get the opportunity to own in proof-like for $45 a piece when you buy 5, or $49.95 for a single coin. That is authenticated, graded encapsulated. It's got it all. This is an opportunity. And as collectors, a lot of times we love those opportunities, but a lot of times when you're looking for that special coin to fit in your collection, the opportunity comes with a disregard for the price. You want to pay $200? You want to pay $224? You want to pay $139.99? Or would you like to land one of these coins in a Mint State 68 proof-like for $49.95? Or, if you go a little quantity, $45 a piece for $175 if you buy 5. I think I already know the answer. All right. You know, in the early proofs of the Kennedy half dollar, before they were cameos, you had the surface looking like that. These coins look like the earliest proof strikes of the Kennedy half dollars. They're mirrored all the way across the coin, and that is that simple PL designation on the label, proof like. When dies are first put into production, they are so fresh that the finish on the die imparts this extra mirrored finish onto the coin that soon wears off the die as more coins are struck, and the coins do not come out looking like that. Instead, they look like this, literally. So folks, I get excited about proof-like coins because every collector will tell you, if you own a proof-like Morgan, you have something really special. If you own a proof-like gold coin, you have something really special. When you own a proof-like Kennedy half dollar, hardly ever happens. Of all the different types of Kennedys of proofs and Mint State and reverse proofs, no coin, no surface is as infrequently graded as proof likes. That's the rarity you get for less than 50 bucks. Again, it's a crazy price, but this is good crazy, not the bad kind of crazy, good crazy. $49.95. I could say that a million times, and I still can't believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a nice quantity. This is one of those deals where there's not 5,000 coins waiting in the vault. It's just not going to happen. This is the chance right now. This is going to go away because these are proof likes. Now, I love the Kennedy half dollar. I love it in all of its renditions. We come up here with some of the greatest Kennedys. It's a portrait coin that has a great, it tugs at your heartstrings. When you look at that coin, we know it's a memorial to Kennedy. The reverse with the presidential seal, it's everything. But in proof like, it's an extra gift because the designer of the coin, he designed that coin to either be a proof or a Mint State. Most of them were designed just to be released into circulation. So when you get one of these coins that are so special as a proof-like designation, as a proof-like surface, whew, man, you can see why people are paying over 200 bucks or $199 or even getting a great deal at $139.99. But nobody's going to be able to sell you one of these for less than $50, folks. Absolutely not going to happen. But I wanted everybody to get an opportunity to call in. There might be a little bit of a wait, but I want you to get one of these coins because the grading fees alone on this coin could cost you what the whole kit and caboodle is costing right here and right now. It is entirely within your best interest right now to add this to your coin collection. And I'm telling you that because proof-like coins do not happen automatically. You can't count on it. You could never communicate with the U.S. Mint and say, what's the latest proof-like issue? Because they won't know what you're talking about. So this is because of the brand new dies in a really rare version of a Kennedy half dollar in Mint State 68 proof-like. Well, I have to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, 2019 from Denver, Kennedy half dollars in Mint State 68 proof-like, right here, right now. Don't go anywhere because there's a lot of great coins coming up. Thank you for watching.
This is extraordinary. This is
sure
cool. This is great. You know, there are so many. I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, neither do you.
Right.
By that, folks, we mean, you know, a lot of folks out there assume because it's a new mint product that it's not worth collecting. Well, and a lot of times that's true because they'll strike millions of them.
Right.
And so we're always very careful. I tell you, be careful because sometimes the mint will have a new product and they'll strike them by the millions.
Right.
But then they fool us and they'll come out with a product where they limit the mintage to only 50,000.
50,000.
And we had the True Mint set, which we had for $329,
Right.
which was a
Truman
great
set, yeah.
price. And
Very
now
popular.
Jack, take a look at this. This is the newest, folks. This is the Kennedy Coin and Chronicle. We've got it over there. Jack, I was shocked, you know, when I saw this set. The mintage is limited to 50,000, folks.
Yep.
When we first had this price, we were figuring we would have to charge somewhere around $250, $260, $259 maybe.
Right.
Because they're only striking 50,000 of these. You look at the mintages of the,
And there
real
it
quickly.
is. Yeah, we're not kidding around here. The price is up
Real
already.
quickly. Typically, this is the part of the presidential series. Typically, they strike these coins in the millions. There's the first page, millions. Go to the second page.
Yeah, that
You
whole
gotta-
page are over 3 million.
Yeah,
that whole page,
you know,
a million to
this
3
is
million.
in descending order.
And look at
Okay,
that.
in descending order, it's still over a million. You get to the very bottom, and there you've got 50,000. Now the Truman and Eisenhower we had, they're gone.
Right.
The Kennedy has just come out, folks. The Truman and Eisenhower we were selling at $329. That was a great price. I think the lowest price anybody else had was around $500. We thought we'd have to sell this set for around $249 because not only is it just 50,000, but it's going to be one of the most popular because it's Kennedy.
It's Kennedy.
Yeah.
It's one of the most popular themes in numismatics. So many collectors of
Take
Kennedy.
a look at this set. It's not one coin. It's 2 coins, folks. We've got it for $129. Not $249, not $199. You know, I was thinking we were dreaming that maybe we'd be able to do it for under $200. We've got it for $129. That's you see the inaugural medal, and if that portrait looks familiar, that's the portrait they used for the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. This coin is larger than a silver dollar.
Yeah, much larger.
It's the size of the American Silver Eagle. It's 1 ounce of pure silver. And they only strike, and then you got the Kennedy reverse proof. 50,000 minted, folks. $129. Call in for one of these. One of the deals they had at the Mint is they restricted, this is so weird, Jack, because they start offering these by the millions to collectors. So you have all these collectors who are buying these presidential sets, millions of them. And then when you get to the end of the series with the most recent presidents, all of a sudden they limited the mintage to only 50,000. And here you have millions of collectors trying to put sets together.
Right, yeah, everybody.
So you've got the key
earlier
date here,
presidents, right.
folks. That's the demand for this coin is going to be off the charts. And this is one of those times when the Mint comes out with something new that, boy, they surprise you and then make an announcement that they're only going to strike 50,000 and not 2 million or not a million and a half.
Or infinite,
Yeah, or
whatever, to
infinite
demand. Usually
because-
it's to demand. How
Yeah.
many people order it, that's how many they make.
Exactly. In the
In this
past,
case, they did the just total opposite.
exactly. In the past, that's what they would do. They would strike as many as they had orders for. But here, I don't know how they make any profit on this when they limit it to 50,000. You figure the production costs.
Oh yeah. Besides making the coins, I mean the dollar's a reverse proof, so that takes a lot of effort to make a
Show
coin
them a
like
couple
that.
eBay prices here. Jack found a couple eBay prices, and we like the complete set ungraded. This is where I think the true value will be. It's like the GSA dollar. People want the GSA dollar in the original GSA holder, and there you see one guy asking $500 for his original set. There's a guy asking $700 for his original set. Then there's a guy who had his coins graded, and he wants basically $2,000, $1,900 for his set, graded in 70. Yep. These will probably grade 70. Yeah, they'll grade 69 or 70.
Yeah.
But the value in this, I feel, is long-term. Get the original set. Folks, this is a deal for the collector of today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be right back. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. In the earliest colonial days, they spelled it Disme, right? D-I-S-M-E, Disme. Dimes. They're little coins, you know, and they're out of place. You know, I mean, if you start with the largest denomination you would typically find in your pocket change, exclude gold, but you got the silver dollar. Then you got the half dollar, which is, you know, half the amount of silver, a smaller coin. And then you have the quarter, which has the half of the amount of silver of the half dollar, so it's a smaller coin. Then you got the dime, which of course has, you know, just a small percentage of the silver of the quarter, so it's a smaller coin. But then you have the nickel, and it's bigger than the dime, and the penny's bigger than the dime. So it's like the coins get smaller, and they get to the dime, and then they get bigger again, and it's like it's out of place. It's right. It doesn't make sense. But actually, back in the 18th century, they even had half dimes, which were, you know, a nickel but made out of silver. So they called them half dimes. And they even had 3-cent silver pieces, which were among the smallest coins ever struck. They were really tiny. But they also had 3-cent nickel pieces, if you can believe that. So they had much, much smaller coins. Now, dimes always have been very popular among collectors. One of the most famous dimes from the 20th century is the Mercury, the 1916 D Mercury dime, where they only struck like 264,000 examples, and very big collector demand for this coin. There you see that one for $47,500. But, you know, there's a lot of dimes out there. I just spent a couple minutes shopping on eBay. Caitlin's going to show you some of these. There's a lot of real serious collectors for top quality dimes. And it's a big, and it should be. It's one of our most important denominations. There's a 57D in MS68, over $10,000. There's a 46D in MS60. This is a mint state, $8,000. There's 52S in 68, 6750. These are all established dealers, folks, with a lot of 3,000 happy customers, $5,500 for this 73S in Proof 70 Deep Cameo. There's a 56 Diamond 67 Plus, $4,500. Yeah, you get the picture. There's a 64 dime mix, MS67 Plus dime, 64, $3,000. Here this will catch your attention. In 1968, no S, with no S, no mint mark, $36,000. Now, what I have today, the most important era in the Proof Roosevelt dime series, the pre-1965 Roosevelt dimes, because up until 1964, Roosevelt dimes were struck in silver, and if they were struck in proof condition, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint on 90% silver planchets. After 1964, the dimes you find in your circulation now in your pocket change, the dimes struck from 1965 and later, have no silver content, zero. What I have today are the finest surviving examples from the last 11 years of the Philadelphia Mint's proof-making facility. I've got the 1954 through 1964 Roosevelt dimes, folks. And I have them in the highest grade given these dates, Proof 69. And I focus on these because I can offer you these coins. They're very rare, and I have got them at a great price. Take a look at these that I have for you. Now, these are proof coins. Proof coins were specially struck by the U.S. Mint, but back in the 50s and 60s at the U.S. Mint, Their proof-making facility was not what it was today. Most of your Roosevelt dimes, like your quarters and half dollars, as you've seen in my other presentations, are seriously flawed. You rarely get a coin in proof 69. Most of these coins have populations of a few hundred in proof 69. That's it. And this is the combined NGC and PCGS population. The 1958, for example, only 367 graded. Now, again, these dimes were struck in proof in very limited numbers. In mint state condition, the mint struck these sometimes by the billions. Here's a comparison of the 1954 to 1964 Roosevelt dimes in proof and mint state. And you could see in 1964, the last year they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, they struck almost 4 million proof Roosevelt dimes, but they struck over 2 billion for commercial use. Previous year, 3 million Roosevelt dimes in proof, over 500 million. You go to that earliest year, 1954, only 233,000 struck in proof and 243 million for commercial use, for commerce. Now, the reason these are so rare, I mean, you have the low mintages of the proof coins, but you also had the terrible, terrible packaging. And I've gone through this in many presentations. Nowadays, proof coins are housed in hard plastic packages. A proof coin, if you're not familiar with the term proof coin, a proof coin is meant to represent state-of-the-art, the finest possible representation of a coin design the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So they'll take the finest dies and they'll polish them to a very high degree until they have a mirror-like finish. They'll take the coin blanks and give them a polishing treatment as well, and then they'll slowly feed those blanks into the die and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. Then most importantly, a proof dime won't be dumped into a bin. It'll be individually handled. It won't be allowed to braid with any other coins. The dimes struck for commercial use are just dumped into bins where they braid with other coins. Now, once they go into packaging back in this early era, they went into packages like this. Here's a set. This one is 1963, and typically this is what happens. Terrible, terrible packaging back in this early day at the Philadelphia Mint. Where's the dime? Well, there it is back. It's a braiding against the half dollar and the quarter. Now, believe it or not, the packaging of the 55 and the 54 was even worse. Here's, well, I'll get the 55 because the 54 is all in pieces here. The 55 came in these boxes. This is an original box from the Mint. And this is the same thing they used for 1954. And you open the box, and it would be wrapped in tissue paper. This is the original tissue paper. And each coin would be in its own little polyethylene little baggie, where it would develop a lot of haze and discoloration. Terrible packaging. So you had very, very few dimes from this era surviving in proof 69. Please take a close look at this set that I have for you. And the great news, folks, is that, yeah, I have them as a set, but if you just want to buy an individual coin, I have most of these dates available as individual coins. These are absolutely flawless, highest grade. Now you look at the markets for these coins, folks, in high grade. Here's a 1955 in proof 68. That's a proof 68 for $250. Here's a 64 in proof 69. Top rated seller. Proof 69, 1964. $150. It's not a bad price. But you're talking about a proof 69. Here's a 55 and 69, $300. Again, not a bad price. Because take a look at the rarities of these. You start with the date at the very bottom, the 64. By far the easiest to get in proof 69, not an easy coin at all, but they have graded 2,900 examples. Now, folks, that's rare. Out of a mintage of 4 million, that's a combined PCGS and NGC population, 2,900 coins, that's it. But then look how it drops. From 2,900 to the previous year, 1963, only 599. 62, 510. It's in the 500s for most of those years. The 58, only 367. And then you get down to the 55, where they had the lower proof mintage, only 320. And then the 54, 113 coins. Now here's what I can offer you today. We're going to start with the last date in the series, the 1964, proof 69. Are you ready to get a close-up of that last date, the 1964 in proof 69, where some dealers are selling them for around $150? You can own an example. This highest grade, proof 69, $79. $79. The next date, the 1963, which is 5-6 times rarer than the 64 in 69, is only $90. The 62, tougher than the 63, only $99. I'm trying to keep it under $100 as long as I can, folks. The 61 is only $99, and the 60 is only $99. 59, I can no longer keep it under $100. I'm at $109 on that coin. And then the 58, with only 367 graded, you expect this to be a $500, $600, $700 coin, and if you see one on the market, usually it is $129. The 57, $100 and back down to $109, and then the 55, the toughest of those coins, of those 10 coins, but it's only $149. Now, folks, that 10-coin set, if you want to get the entire 10-coin set, we've got people calling in already for individual pieces, but if you add all those up, that comes to $1,081. But if you want to get the entire 10-coin set there, I'm going to do that for only $795. That's a savings of almost $300, or over 30%. $795 for the 10-coin set from 1955 to 1964. Now, I have that last coin at the very end as an option, because I have a limited supply of these, really limited number of these. I don't have very many, which is why I cannot sell this coin as a single. But here's the deal I'm going to give you. You've got the 10-coin set, goes from 1955 to 1964 for $795. You can get the 11-coin set that includes the 54 for only $200 more. That's $995 for the 11-coin set. $995 for the 11-coin set, well under $100 a coin, that has so many rare dates in finest known condition. $995 for the 11-coin set. We're getting a lot. The phones are lighting up on this, and I've got another little. For those of you who can't swing the 6/9 set, if you want this set in 6/8, 1954 to 64, I will do that for $495. And if you want the set in 6/7, I will do that for only $395. That's about $35 a coin, folks. I mean, that's the grading costs. $395 for the 11-coin set in proof 67, $495 for the 11-coin set in proof 68, and then the 11-coin set with the 54 for only $995. If you can't quite swing that $995, I'm offering the 10-coin set that starts with the 1955 to 1964 for only $795. But again, you can get the individual coins, and we will run through those prices once more for the individual coins. The 1964, the last date in the series. Only, I say the last date because that was the last issue that the Roosevelt dime was struck on a 90% silver planchet at the Philadelphia Mint. Following year, 65, it was clad. No silver content whatsoever. This is the end of an era for the Roosevelt dime series. And this coin is only $79. The 1963 is only $90. The 62, $99. The 61, $99. The 60, $99. The 59, $109. The 58, $129. The 57, $109. The 56, $119. And the 55, $149. That comes to $1,081 if you were to buy them individually. You get those, all 10 of those as a set. It's only $795. And if you want to get that 54, a coin that should be $500, $600, I'm throwing that in for only $200 additional. $9.95 for the 11 coin set. Have a limited number of these 11 coin sets. I'm going to say, just because I do not want to oversell this, I will cut this presentation at right about this point. I hope if you can't get the entire set, pick out a few of these, folks. This is a great opportunity to get some finest known, extremely rare, conditionally rare proof Roosevelt dimes from a bygone era. This is the ultimate in getting extraordinary eye appeal, ultimate quality, extraordinary rarity for a great, great price. Thank you for watching this presentation.
It's the newest release from the U.S. Mint. It's the 2018 San Francisco Struck NGC Reverse Proof 70. That's a perfect grade Roosevelt dime. Now, this is a 90% silver Roosevelt dime. Now, you probably know this already if you watch our show. There's been some unbelievable coins that have come out of San Francisco in just the last few weeks, all bearing the S Mint mark, and many of them never before attempted by the Mint at San Francisco. And in this case, that's an absolute fact, never before attempted. You know, it's been 66 years that the Roosevelt dime has been struck in proof, 66 years. And in all that time, the coin you're about to see is the very first one ever issued from the San Francisco Mint. And just the second time ever that a dime was issued in reverse proof. Now, it used to be there were really two types of coins, a business strike, the type of coin normally we see in our pocket change, and a collector's version known as a proof, a method of manufacture by which the finest die pairs are selected, and they are cleaned and polished and re-engraved, and they are chosen to be the ones to strike the collector coinage, the proof coinage. Proof coinage is distinguished from a business strike by a prominent frosty design or profile, in this case of Roosevelt. The background is a mirror, a flat-out mirror. On TV, they appear black and white, and thus the name cameo. But along 2006, around that time, for the very first time ever, the U.S. Mint started including reverse proofs. Now, reverse proofs are struck in the same way as a proof coin, a minimum of 2 times. Extra pressure, a hand-operated press that's operated at low speeds, not a high-speed automated press. The regular coins are struck that way. The coins that are struck for the collector are struck 15 or 20 at a time off an individual set of dies. Before that set of dies is removed from the coining press, the whole process starts all over again. So a reverse proof is really just backwards of a regular proof issue. On a regular proof issue, you would see the portrait of Roosevelt in a frosty appearance, satin. And the field, the background, would be mirrored. A reverse proof is exactly the opposite. It's reverse. The image of Roosevelt is in mirror, and the background is in satin or frosty. So for the first time ever, 2018 saw the first ever reverse proof silver dime from San Francisco. And it was only the second time that a reverse proof dime had ever been issued. The first time was 2015. So it's the first from San Francisco, the second ever reverse proof, and it's in the top 10 of the lowest mintage of all proofs, 66 years. So you have to go through this extensive list just to come to the first ever reverse proof. But we're starting in the beginning. 1950 was when proof sets began that had the Roosevelt dime in it because there was proof set production discontinued during World War II. So 1943, 44, 1945, all the way to 1950, no proof sets were issued. And then 1950, they started again. So you can see the low mintages. But then coin collecting was very popular at that time after World War II, almost, but not quite as popular as it is today. It's more popular than ever now. And you can see the individual mintage of these proof Roosevelt dimes. I mean, when you look at the regular issue of Roosevelt dimes, they're in the hundreds of millions, many times even the billions. So these are very, very small mintages. And again, as I said, 66 years of Roosevelt dimes in proofs. The first time ever from San Francisco that a reverse proof was issued. So you can see the mintages. They start to get pretty small as those silver coins are issued. Don't forget now, these are all proof coins, they're all collector coins. The final page, very bottom, is the 2018 San Francisco Strut reverse proof. That's a silver coin, by the way, 90% silver. And don't forget that Roosevelt dimes, which first were issued in 1946, continued to the present day, were 90% silver until 1965. 1964 was the last year, and all the silver went away, except for collector's issues. The Mint announced last year that they would be issuing a special group of coins to commemorate 50 years of proof set production at the San Francisco Mint, began in 1968. It was eagerly anticipated because they announced ahead of time that there would be a maximum amount of coins issued of only 200,000. And you can see there's hardly any issues that can compete with this Roosevelt dime from the 2018 San Francisco Mint in reverse proof. Very, very little competition. One of the most exciting articles I've ever read is this one right here, because if you're a collector, this is really what you're looking for. Proof 70 grades are elusive for the set coins, the coins that came out of the 2018 reverse proof set. Elusive doesn't even really describe it. Everybody is talking about how much trouble they're having getting perfect coins graded. In fact, perfect coins are tough to get. Every coin is individually hand-struck, individually prepared. I mean, the Mint is basically striking by hand each and every one of these coins. And still, only about 0.5% to maybe 1% of the entire mintage of the 200,000 coins have been certified in a high grade. Only about 10,000 coins. We don't like flash in the pan. We'll generally wait and we'll let the market frenzy calm down before we get into something. We knew this was going to be a big issue, though. We positioned ourselves to get these coins in such a manner, in such a quantity. I don't think there's many people in this country that can touch our prices, and I'm here to prove it to you. In a perfect 70 grade. There's a 79S, over $400. They're tough to get, But I have to tell you, the mintage of that 79S there, in the millions. Let's go back a little further into time. Here's a 75, a 1975S, $575. Tough coin to get in a perfect grade. And yet the mintage of that coin, well into the millions. Here's a 1982S. It's from the Stokely collection at almost $700. 1982S, mintage $3,857,000, almost a $700 coin. And it just goes on and on. And that's with the dust settling on these coins. The dust settled long ago on these coins. Here's another one that sold on the big Heritage site from 1985 for $161 in a perfect grade. Now, I mentioned the other reverse proof that was issued in 2015 for the March of Dimes. There were a little bit over 70,000 of those coins. They're a legitimate, tough coin to get. Legitimate. And it's a silver coin. And I found one in a perfect grade that was about $150. And I got to tell you, I think, it's a great coin. The dust has settled on that coin, and I think it's worth a lot of money. The coin that we're talking about now is the second rarest to that one, and only the second time ever a reverse proof dime was issued, and the first time one was issued from San Francisco. Here's a 2018 reverse proof Roosevelt dime, 70 grade, about $60. Great price, great price. I'll probably have to buy some of those myself. I found one in a proof 69 for $65. I found one that sold not very long ago, I'm telling you, just a few weeks ago, in a 70 grade for $128.50. But I think really the watchword for this, folks, is that the dust has settled on this coin. Take a look at what we have, because every one of ours are graded a perfect 70 grade, highest grade you can get. Reverse proof 70, the 2018 reverse proof Roosevelt dime, stunning coin, a single coin, folks. And this is one of those times where I have to say, if you can see your way to buy quantity on these, you ought to, because I don't know if you're ever going to see a lower price or a high, well, you're certainly never going to see a higher grade. But I don't know if you're going to be able to continue to see the highest grade attainable for any period of time anymore. These coins were sought after from day one. The first day that sales opened up for this coin, 114,000 of them were ordered by collectors directly from the U.S. Mint. That was just in the first few hours. One coin in a perfect reverse proof 70 grade with that special label is not $128 or any of the other prices that I showed you. It's $39.95. $39.95. And if you have ever submitted coins to either of the major grading services, you know that a 70 grade cost. I mean, they grade a coin in 70, the labeling alone is going to be $30, maybe even $40. Then you got to get it back and forth from the grading service. $39.95 for a single coin. This is an opportunity to buy in quantity, and one that I really feel strongly you should take, because those coins that I showed you before that date back from the 70s and the 80s, I've been in the coin business when those coins came out. You could get them then. Now they've disappeared completely. And folks, their mintages are 10 to 15 times higher than this coin right here. And this coin is as unique as it can get. It's the only issue ever that San Francisco produced in a reverse proof. It's a solid silver coin. It is one wonderful collectible, and these were so tough for the U.S. Mint to strike perfectly. They all look great, but when they get to a grading service, they have not been grading as high as proofs normally do. So the highest grade has been very elusive, so much so that they're writing articles about it in coin publications, how tough it is for collectors to get that ultimate grade. This is a coin that I have to say, quoting Roosevelt, will live in infamy because it is starting now and will go on forever. It's priced so right, it's the perfect time to buy. A 10 coin lot of these coins, every one from the group that you see right there, those are actual coins that customers will get, will be in a perfect proof 70, reverse proof 70 grade. And they are $35.95 a coin, or $359.50 for 10. 5 at $37.95 a coin for $189.75. And if you just want to test the waters and you've never collected dimes before, it's going to open up a whole world, because you're going to discover from this dime and its rarity other rare coins like mercury dimes and barbers before that, and seeded material and bust material. And you're going to be on the road to a variety of coins to collect vis-a-vis this Roosevelt dime right here. So, folks, let's go over all the particulars. For the first time ever from the San Francisco Mint, after 50 years of striking proof material, they have finally issued a reverse-proof silver Roosevelt dime. First time ever, reverse proof's been done from San Francisco. They're not grading a lot in 70 these days. They're having a problem getting high grades, so few are grading. I just checked NGC's website not too long ago, and I see that across the board in all grades, there isn't even 10,000 coins that have been graded of this coin. That's not even 1% of the total mintage. It's less than 0.5%. So the coins are tough to get. As I've seen coins selling for $128, and let's just take another look here because I think this is so important. These are 2018 S reverse proof dimes that you see up here on this display. And I just want to show you what I've been finding that's been happening just in recent memory, real recent as a matter of fact. $128. There's one right there for $65. That one's a proof 69, not even a perfect grade. And then I love this coin right here. I'm tempted to go in and buy them all. 60 bucks, a little bit below 60 bucks in a perfect 70. Well, folks, we're not even at $40 for a single coin. We're $39.95. 5 coins are $37.95 each. And 10 are $35.95 each. It's a chance and an opportunity to really put away a special coin that is so far down on the list of low mintages, one of the lowest of all times for any dime. Hey, you know what? Let's compare it to the 1916D Mercury dime. 1916D Mercury dime. How many did they make? 284,000? I got to tell you, not many. This coin beats it in terms of mintage. It's destined for greatness. It's a perfect grade, something you could never achieve in a 16D. Now's the time to get it, fresh off the press. It's the latest issue from the U.S. Mint. It's certified by NGC, an absolute perfect 70 grade, highest grade you can get. Best price you're going to see anywhere at $39.95. Or 5 coins at $37.95 each. And I want you to take one more look. And of course, a 10 coin lot at $35.95 per coin can also be yours. So that is the latest issue from the United States Mint at San Francisco, here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show at Rare Collectibles TV. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Jack, how long have we been partners? What, 30 years? I mean,
Feels like it, right? Just about.
You started when you were around 15?
I was started in diapers.
We've been partners a long time, but this is the first time, Jack, we've ever had something like this for our viewers, this a $5 gold piece of a date struck. I say it's the 19th century, the last date of the 19th century.
It is.
Technically, the last date is 1900.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
But I don't get that. To me, the last date should be start with a 1-8.
It's definitely the last date of the 1800s. We can say that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, folks, we sometimes I like to close a presentation by saying, please stay tuned to our show because you never know what we'll come up with next. Mm-hmm. And this is one of those times. We've come up with something that you'll never see again once these are gone.
Right.
You know, in fact, these coins shouldn't even exist.
Right, exactly.
But for the great European bank hoard.
Right.
They're extremely rare. And now is the perfect time to acquire a coin of this greatness.
Right.
In fact, the examples we have, and we have almost 300 examples.
Yeah, which is
I mean,
for this coin.
There's never been anything like this in the history of U.S. coins for this particular date.
Yeah, well,
this is a
just,
first.
Yeah, we're just saying this is almost 10% of this population for
Exactly,
this grade.
exactly, yeah.
You know.
And we're so grateful to be able to offer this coin at such a great collector-friendly price. And now, again, is the perfect time to acquire something like this. Let's take a look at the coins, Jack.
Yeah, they're great coins. They're beautiful.
The last year of the 1800s, the $5 gold piece, 1899, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. They're graded Mint State 63, Jack. Now, if you go to the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world.
Amazing collection.
Including
Unbelievable collection.
including the single most valuable coin,
Right.
the 1849 Double Eagle, which is valued in, who knows?
The only one that exists.
Yeah.
The first double eagle
I
that,
mean-
that struck, there were two made. The other one was, who knows, melted probably 100 and something years ago.
Right.
The only one of the first, and then $1804. I mean, a coin, there's like 16 known. They have like 5 of them or something. Like the coins, 1933 Double Eagle. There's only one legally owned in private hands. They have like 8 of them or something. Like,
Yeah, right,
you know.
exactly. Yeah. And so you look at their $5 gold collection, their 1899 in their gold collection, in the Smithsonian, folks, is an MS 63.
Right.
In other words, this is a Smithsonian quality coin that we have for you today, because
Exactly.
these are in mint state 63 condition.
Right.
Now, for our new viewers who may not be familiar with numismatic grading,
Right.
Jack, if you could explain the
Sure.
Sheldon grading scale.
Sure. So coins are graded using a 70-point scale. It's called the Sheldon grading scale. There was a large cent collector back in the 1940s or 50s named William Sheldon who came up with this system. 1 is the lowest grade. That means you can recognize the coin just barely. It's so worn out that you can tell what it is, but really nothing more than that. 70, on the other hand, is flawless, absolutely perfect. For coins in the 1800s, there's no such thing. They didn't have the
Right.
technology.
Coins
They
in
just-
the mid-1900s and
they don't
earlier.
exist.
They don't exist. Right.
And then what we talk about, you hear us talk about brilliant uncirculated or mint state coins on this 70-point scale. Anything 60 or higher is considered mint state. This is a coin that has no wear, but a 60 coin is a coin that may have a lot of bag marks and abrasions and things just by way that these coins are made. They strike them, they go into bags and counting machines, and they get marks on them, but they still have no technical wear. So that would be a coin that's a 60. These coins are mint state 63, which is what, in the old days, before we were using this numeric scale, we would call choice brilliant uncirculated. So these are coins that are uncirculated, no wear, and just have a really nice look to them, a minimal amount of any kind of abrasions or flaws or things. These are really nice
Right.
coins. And like Rick said, this is the grade the Smithsonian has. If you want to see a coin like this, you can either buy one while we still have them here,
Yeah,
or you
yeah.
can take a trip to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Those are your options.
Hey, Jack, that was perfect. That was perfect. The point we're trying to make is that sometimes, if something seems too good to be true when you see it on TV, well, sometimes it really is true. There was an incident just over a year ago. There was a gentleman who found an 1854 $5 gold piece.
Right, same size as this, same denomination,
Same denomination.
same design,
we have
everything.
a picture of it. He said that he found it in a garage sale or something. It was.
He thought it was fake. Everybody thought it was fake.
Took it to the coin shop. They said it was fake.
Yep.
He sent it to NGC, and the coin came back. It was the real deal. Extra fine 45. It was the real deal.
Yeah, I think the 4th one known.
Yeah, so he took that coin, put it in an auction, sold for over $2 million. Some things that seem too good to be true really are true. Now, these 1899 Ps in this condition, folks, are among the finest known. When you look at all the $5 gold pieces struck in the history of the U.S. Mint, they struck almost 75 million examples.
And this is a long series, the Liberty Head series.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Liberty Head half eagle, $5 gold piece.
Right.
1839 to 1908, 70 years.
Yeah.
A long series, and on top of it, you've got all these different mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, Carson
Yeah.
City, New Orleans. This is a big series of coins.
Right,
you know,
right.
over 100 coins easily, well over. But still a pretty low number struck and a really low number that survived.
Yeah, most importantly, because the mint struck anything from a $1 gold piece to the largest denomination we call the double eagle, a $20 gold piece. But the thing is, those largest denominations, the $20 gold piece and the $10 gold piece, those were mainly used in the banking system.
Right, because that was a lot of money back
the
then.
average citizen in 1900 could, they were making, $5 a day if they were lucky.
Right.
And here you had a $5 gold piece, so that was something the average citizen could have in their pocket, a $5 gold piece or a $2.50 gold
Right.
piece. 10 or 20s were mainly used in the banking system. So these were heavily used, these $5 gold pieces, for commerce.
Right, these were
So
probably
the great majority
most used,
went into
Yeah, I was
circulation.
gonna say, these are probably the most used denomination. This is the kind of coin you'd use to buy your groceries
Yeah.
or buy things you needed for your home or something like this. Like you said, the 20s were used, for bigger business bank transactions. These were used all day long by the common folk. These were
Now-
like everyday person's coins.
Exactly. And you look at the total numbers struck in the history of that series. About 75 million coins from 1839 to 1908, graded by PCGS in uncirculated condition. In other words, coins that never went into circulation.
Right.
They're extremely rare. From MS60 on up, about 1/5 of 1% have survived in uncirculated condition.
Right.
That's incredible. And what we have today are MS63s, Jack. MS63s. And for the entire series, that's 0.05%. What is that? You had the number.
I was doing the math. I had to
Yeah.
sit there with my calculator because I was like, wow, that's a tiny amount. That's like 1 in 200. And then I realized, that's not right. I had to recheck it. That's like 1 in every 2,000 coins only. I mean, 1 in
Yeah,
every
exactly,
2,000
exactly.
That is such a tiny, minute fraction of these coins
Exactly,
that survive in
exactly.
this grade.
And now we opened up by saying these coins shouldn't exist but for the great European bank hoard.
Right.
The only reason these exist in the condition we have them in is because they had been stored in bags like you see here. This is one of the actual bags from the great European bank hoard
Right. These old canvas
since
bags.
the early 1930s.
It's almost more like a burlap, those bags
Mm-hmm.
back then, yeah.
This is one of our mementos
Oh, yeah.
when we
It's a
actually got
trophy.
one of the bags.
Yep.
Here's the story, folks, of the great European bank hoard. It really came about because of the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm.
It was economic devastation for our country, the likes of which this country hadn't seen probably since the Civil War. It was, the unemployment
brutal.
rate was 20 to 30%. And then you had the fact that there were bank failures. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures.
Yeah, and there's no FDIC yet.
Exactly.
There's no federal deposit insurance.
Your money wasn't guaranteed.
Right.
So you could have your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings, your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and you were wiped out.
Right, the bank's closed.
You
There's
were
nothing
wiped out.
there.
It was catastrophic. So there were a lot of citizens who had their money in banks that had not yet failed, who began to pull their money out of the banks. And they get this paper money, and they didn't know what that was going to be worth in the next year or two, because our economy was in such a shambles. We could be going the way of Germany in the 1920s when they had just unrestrained inflation. So they took that paper money, and what they were doing was buying gold with their paper money. Gold coins, folks, because throughout human history, gold has always had value. And they knew that if they just converted their paper currency into gold, they would have some security with that.
Right.
This created additional stress on the banking system. People were pulling their money out of the banks, buying gold with it. So in 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. It's hard to believe, but executive order made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal in this country.
Right.
And folks, if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced a serious penalty.
Oh yeah, you could go to jail. You could be
$10,000
fined.
fine or 10 years imprisonment or both.
Yeah.
And $10,000 back then was, I mean,
ton of money.
I mean, that could have taken the average person 2-3 years to make $10,000, or 10 years imprisonment.
I was gonna say, I don't think the average house cost that much back then. I mean, that was a ton of money.
So all the citizens that had been buying gold had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins that were turned in? They melted them back down into bullion bars. Take a look at this, folks. Of the $5 gold pieces, they struck about 75 million $5 gold pieces. About 1/3 of them were melted back down into bullion.
Yeah, they melted a lot
That
of
means there
coins.
were maybe 50 million survivors for the entire series. We're not talking just about the 1899p, because the 99p, they only struck 1.7 million coins. So they melted down several 100,000 of those.
Right.
Well, there were some citizens who had the means, and some institutions as well, who said to themselves, okay, if I can't own over $100 worth of gold in this country,
Right.
there's nothing in the executive order that says I can't own it in another country.
Right.
And so they began shipping bags of United States gold coins to banks in Europe.
Right.
A lot of the banks were in France. And
Yeah, France,
again,
Switzerland, Belgium.
these $5 gold pieces, they'd been residing in a bank in France since the early 1930s. It's almost 90 years ago. And that's the only reason they survive in this condition. They've been sitting in a vault, haven't been moved around, haven't been jumbled around, haven't been going from bank to bank. They've just been sitting idly in a vault for almost 90 years.
Right.
And that's the only reason they're able to survive in this this almost perfect state.
Right.
You have to understand, folks, that even just coming out of the mint, the process of making gold coins, it was like any other coins at the U.S. Mint. The coins were struck, they were ejected from the die press into a bin.
Yep.
The next coin struck would be ejected into the bin.
Right, they're all falling on top of each other, tumbling
falling on
around.
top of another. Okay, and during that process, they obviously collect bag marks.
Right. Then they dump them in a counting machine. They dump it in the machine. They're all banging against each other, banging through machinery.
I mean, they didn't care about the marks.
No, I mean, they're trying to make money here. They're not trying to make a collectible. They're not trying to preserve something perfect. They're trying to make something that is useful to transact business, to keep the economy moving.
They're trying to strike coins as inexpensively as possible.
Right.
I mean, so the economy
they do a great
paramount.
job. I'm not trying to make it sound like they don't care what they're doing, but their goal here is not to make a pristine proof 70 coin. Their job is to make thousands and thousands of coins so that the economy can happen.
So anyway, and then they'd be thrown onto trains, and they'd be shipped to banks.
Literally thrown. These bags are like 50-pound bags of coins. These guys are not tenderly placing them. They're tossing these bags. The coins are still banging against each other.
So we got these bags, folks, and a lot of the coins came back MS-62, MS-61. These are among the finest from the couple bags we acquired. And again, we have around 300 examples, almost 10% of the entire population.
Right.
There's nothing else like this in the entire country. I don't think there ever has been.
And especially to find a $5 coin, Rick, I mean, we haven't really gone into this too much. I mean, that is a minor miracle because you have to consider this European banknote. If you're trying to transfer as much money as you can from one place to another, you're going to use the highest denomination. Like today, if you want to go to Europe and bring, $20,000, are you going to bring like $1 bill, $5 bill, or are you going to bring a $100 bill?
Exactly.
At the time, the $20 gold coin was the biggest coin. Most of the coins brought were $20 coins. Very few of these $5 coins made it to these banknotes, and that's why such a large percentage, as we talked about earlier, about 1/3 of these were melted down. These were not the coins that went to Europe. And then on top of it, the coins that stayed here were coins that had circulated. The coins that people saved in this, that somehow didn't make it back to the government, or didn't make it to Europe. The ones that survived were all worn out. These were coins that were used over and over and over.
Folks, MS-63 is a really choice uncirculated specimen. It means it has very, very minimal number of bag marks. There's no deep gouges, heavy scratches. You look at this piece. It's hard to believe it was struck over 120 years ago. The last year of the 1800s. I mean, just from that standpoint, this is not just a historic treasure, folks, a numismatic treasure, it's a national treasure. This is when our country struck gold coins for commerce. Because after 1933, Jack, they didn't strike any more gold coins for commerce.
No, we don't even strike silver coins anymore, right?
That's right, exactly. Not for commerce, yeah. And you look at this specimen, Mint State 63. It's absolutely gorgeous, uncirculated, among the finest examples from the bag, equal to the Smithsonian specimen.
You look at the strike, all of the hair details, all the detail in her crown where it says Liberty, all the little denticles, which are those little ridges around the encircle the whole coin, and the rim. The stars, you can see all the kind of differentiation, all the little details.
Folks, here's why we're telling you that this is, I rarely say this, Jack, but a must-buy moment in time. There was an article that came out in a coin publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, by generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold. This is not common gold. This is very rare gold. You're talking about a $5 gold piece in Mint State 63 condition. But the crux of the article, and this is something we've been saying on our shows now for the last few years, this is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy rare United States gold. Here's the key sentence in the article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And by that, what they mean is, I recall in my own experience, I had a common date gold double eagle. At that time, this was about 20 years ago, gold was about $350 to $400 an ounce.
Right.
And I remember selling it to another dealer for around $3,500, about 10 times the gold value. And now we have gold coins like this. Gold is close to $2,000 an ounce.
Right.
There's almost a quarter of an ounce of gold in this coin. That's almost $500 worth of gold.
Right.
10 times the gold value would be around $5,000.
Right.
And here we have these coins today, folks. Again, this is the perfect grade for this coin, folks. MS-63, you're talking about a really choice uncirculated specimen. Because if you go to one of the highest grades, 6-7, that's among the finest known. You're talking about a coin that'll sell for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. Right. There's an example that's sold in auction. A dealer quite likely bought that coin for his own client, and he might have resold it for $38,000 or $40,000.
Right.
Our goal is to get you as much numismatic bang as possible for your buck. And so here we have these extremely rare $5 gold pieces in MS-63. And again, at another point in time previously, the gold premium would have been 10 times the value of the coin. And we've got these coins for about twice the value of the gold, Jack.
Right.
Folks, here we have these rare gold coins. They're not $49.95 or $39.95 or $29.95. Now, $19.95 would be a really good price. Here's one that sold in auction in MS-63 for $19.55. Now, again, that could have been a dealer that acquired that coin for a client, because a lot of times in these auctions, the gold coins are acquired by other dealers to sell to their clients. So, but we don't know. It could have been a collector. But, $19.55 is about where these coins are at.
Yeah, that's a great price.
$14.95, folks, would be a price that I would never have believed possible.
Right.
I mean, that would be an exceptional value. However, our policy from day one, Jack, and the key to our success, you folks, first of all, are the key to our success. Because when we get a great deal like this and pass it on to you, you respond in such a way that we sell out, and we're then able to use that to turn it over and buy the next great deal. And so we get some opportunities where when we buy the entire deal, we get the lowest possible price.
Right.
And so our commitment to you is to always base our selling price on our cost. Now, if our cost was $1,500, we would have to price it over $1,500. But our price was so low, again, we're passing our good fortune on to you today. We've got these coins for $1,095 a coin.
Wow, that's a great price.
I had to stop there for a second,
Right,
Jack.
right.
$1,095 a coin, which is an amazing price.
It's an amazing price. Amazing price.
And even better, folks, we have a two-pay option.
We do. We have a two-pay option. You can put down $547.50 today. We'll keep one of these coins locked in our vault for you, safe and secure. 30 days later, you make the second payment, coin is yours. It is the most easy and affordable way to add a coin that otherwise you'd have to go to the Smithsonian to see one of these. The easiest way to add a coin to your collection, just two payments of $547.50. I mean, what's better than that, Rick?
The last time, Jack, that we had something like this, where we had in the area of 300 coins, the response was so extraordinary. We sold out in around a week.
Right.
So we have these at a price that we didn't think would be possible.
Right.
Normally in this market, I mean, gold is very, very hot. Normally in 1899p, we would have to pay considerably more. Best case scenario, we figured we'd have to sell these coins for around $14.95.
Yeah, I was hopeful of that. I mean, we saw that auction record at 1955. I was thinking, under 2,000 is going to be great, but hopefully more around $1,500
Right, exactly.
price, something
exactly.
like that.
But again, these are those coins that should not exist, but for the Great European Bank Hoard. We acquired the entire deal. Again, the Great European Bank Hoard, this is one of the bags from that hoard. Now, not these specific coins, but this is from that hoard. And we bought the entire deal of 1899p's. And these are among the finest examples from those bags, because a lot of the others, graded MS62, MS61, had a lot more bag marks, and these were among the finest known. Smithsonian quality, Jack.
Right.
Again, the Smithsonian, if you've just tuned in, has the greatest collection of United States coins in the world.
Yeah.
And if you look at their gold collection is, again, unrivaled. And the 1899p $5 gold piece in the Smithsonian is an MS63. You're getting Smithsonian quality, and you're getting it for only $1,095. It's about a quarter ounce of gold, and gold is almost $2,000 an ounce. Never has there been a time in history when you could get so much gold coin, a rare gold coin, for such a small premium over the value of the gold, folks. It's the best of both worlds.
Right.
You're getting the bullion value, so if gold goes up, it's a plus. But then you're getting this incredible numismatic rarity. It's such a national treasure. This is a kind of coin you want to pass on to your kids and your grandkids. Keep in the family. Because these are the kind of coins that are absolutely irreplaceable. These are of such a vintage from an earlier time in our country's history, Jack.
Right. And they're just beautiful. I love the size of this coin, just kind of the way the art fits in the middle, like the eagle, the way it sits in this size of this coin compared to like the double eagle even. There's less fields, and that eagle just really kind of fills out that reverse.
Look at this, folks. Struck in 1899, dumped into bags, thrown onto trains. How it could survive like this, and this is why they're so rare. PCGS is only certified in just uncirculated condition. That means mint state 60, which would be a lot, the baggiest example, 61, 62, all grades, only 1/5 of 1%, has survived in uncirculated condition of the total mintage from 1839 to 1908, folks. And then when you get to the MS63s, you're talking about, what is it, 1/20th of 1%? 1/20th.
0.05.
1/20th of 1% of all the $5 gold pieces struck have qualified for MS63 at PCGS.
Right.
To put it in another way, folks, if these came in, say, bags of 500, you'd need 4 bags to get one MS63 condition.
Wow.
I mean, that's how rare the coin is.
That's interesting. I'm
Yeah.
glad you put it that way, because that really puts an image in my head of how many coins you have to
This
go
is
through
one
to
of the
find one of these.
great $5 gold pieces struck, and it struck in 1899. The last year in the 1800s at the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is one of those times, Jack, where we love to do these presentations where we get to offer something that we know that is going to be so good for all our clients out there.
Oh yeah, this is
know.
just a great opportunity. They're just beautiful coins. Again, Smithsonian quality coins. I mean, the Smithsonian coin collection is literally a national treasure. These coins are national treasures. These coins are on par with the Smithsonian. The place that has Abe Lincoln's top hat, like
That's right.
the kind of things in the Smithsonian, and this is on par with the coins in the Smithsonian.
Folks, we know our gold. My client has the #1 ranked proofed $20 gold collection in the NGC registry, okay? We know our gold here at Rare Collectibles TV. We have placed some of the finest gold over the last several years. And we can, to have something like this, again, we've got a lot of folks calling in. We have to end it here. This is truly a privilege. You won't find anything like this anywhere else on TV. You won't find this at your local coin shop or your local coin show. I don't think anything like this has ever been offered in the history of Coin TV, Jack.
Right? No, not that I can imagine.
We enjoy this, folks, so much when we know we have something so special for you folks watching, our viewers, to be able to offer rare United States coins like we have for you today at this collector-friendly price. Hey, folks, we're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Thanks for watching.
From our Rare Collectibles TV family to yours, we wish you a happy and safe holiday. Silver Eagle is the undisputed king of collectible coins right now. Every time a new Silver Eagle is released, millions of collectors rush out to get one. It's why low mintage coins like the 1995 W Proof or the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof command such incredible premiums, because the demand is so high and the supply is so small. Now in 2020, we have this special edition American Silver Eagle, struck to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. A first release with a minuscule mintage of just 75,000 coins, this ASE easily ranks among the rarest coins in the entire series. So many people were trying to get this stunning coin that it actually crashed the US Mint's website from the sheer number of people visiting it. In just a couple hours, the Mint completely sold out of these coins. And let me tell you, these are not easy to find. Now, one of the main reasons this coin is so popular right now is its special commemorative nature. This coin was struck to celebrate the end of 6 years of grueling war and memorialize all those who were lost during those years. This coin has special meaning to me personally because my grandfather, Howard Enders, served in the Army during World War II. And as some of you might know, Grandpa Howie was the person who introduced me to numismatics as a child, and we always had a really, really close bond. And he volunteered for service. He was stationed in Belgium and France during the Battle of the Bulge, and he never really spoke much about his experience over there during the war, but he was very proud of his service. So to pay tribute to all the heroes like my grandfather, and to the many others who actually made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, the Mint struck the very first American Silver Eagle with a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark on a coin, similar to a mint mark. And in this case, it has the letter V for victory and the number 75 to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, we've seen different finishes, proofs, reverse proofs, but this is the first Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark. This is a coin that is already going down as one of the most desirable American Silver Eagles ever struck. Now, let's go all the way back to the 1980s. At that time, one of the issues was what to do with the Defense National Stockpile. The stockpile stores and secures raw materials like tin, zinc, iridium, platinum, and other valuable resources that might be needed for a war effort if ever that came. Now, for a long time, however, presidents had been wanting to sell off the silver in the Defense National Stockpile since we produce so much of it here in the U.S., and there wasn't really a need to hoard it. However, there was a lot of opposition to this plan because if they dumped all this silver into the market, it would exceed the demand and cause prices to fall and harm the silver mining industry. Eventually, it was decided that if they sold the silver in the form of bullion coinage, which people could use as investments, it wouldn't impact the silver industry. Now, at the time, they weren't even considering the collectible value of this coin. So we're pretty lucky as collectors that they decided to use such a beautiful design. On July 9th, 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act into law, beginning the American Silver Eagle series the very next year. The first Silver Eagle was struck in San Francisco on October 29th, 1986. And since then, it has become one of the most popular coins ever. For over 34 years, the Silver Eagle has been one of the best ways for Americans to safely purchase silver mined here in the United States, as well as giving collectors like us an incredible coin to pursue. When you get into all the different strikes and finishes they've added to the Silver Eagle, the proofs, the reverse proofs, burnished, enhanced finishes, you've got a coin series with so many options, makes it really fun and really challenging to collect. Now today, the American Silver Eagle is easily the most popular coin in America and around the world, even exceeding the famous Morgan dollar. I mean, that's how popular this coin is today. With everything that's happened in 2020, it's almost easy to forget that it was the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, after 6 years of conflict, the war finally came to an official conclusion on the deck of the USS Missouri battleship on September 2nd, 1945. Since then, we've done everything we can to remember that conflict and make sure that war on that scale never occurs again. We also want to memorialize and celebrate those who fought and sacrificed for our safety and our freedom. And the Mint did it perfectly with these gorgeous proof Silver Eagles. These Silver Eagles are proof issues. So they're struck using the state-of-the-art technology for coin production. The Mint strikes these coins individually, and there is just so much effort and cost that goes into making them. The blanks that these coins are struck from have to be polished by hand and chemically treated to ensure that they're clean and ready for minting. Every coin is struck twice during the minting process to make sure that the devices are just razor sharp. Now, all this effort pays off because you get these stunning coins with every little detail of the coin's design fully struck. You can see all of the details in the pattern of Lady Liberty's dress on the obverse. I mean, proof coins are extremely popular among collectors because of their rarity and incredible eye appeal that comes with their ultra cameo surfaces with these mirrored fields and those gorgeous frosted devices. This coin takes it to a whole nother level. It's the first silver eagle to ever have a privy mark, and it's one of the rarest. I mean, this is actually one of the first U.S. coins with a privy mark. It's only been used on a very small handful of coins before this. It was used on some platinum coins and a couple of quarters. It's never been used on a silver eagle. It's never been used on a silver coin. I mean, this is a big, big deal, but especially on a silver eagle, the most popular coin in the world. Now, of course, a big part of why the silver eagle is so popular among collectors is because of the artistic beauty of its design. On the obverse, you have that classic walking liberty, which was originally used on the $half, starting all the way back from 1916 up until 1947. This design was created by Adolph Weinman. Weinman was a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. You know, these guys are some of the greatest artists in American history. So Adolph Weinman created this design on the obverse, and it's remembered as being a coin ahead of its time. The obverse showcases a glorious full-body rendition of Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag. She strides forward toward the rising sun of a new day with an outstretched arm that beckons in hope and freedom. It's just a truly stunning coin design, an inspiration, a guiding light. It's almost as if this design was struck specifically to help us through difficult times, much like the times right now that we're going through. Remember, this coin was used originally on the $half during World War I, during the Great Depression, and World War II. Some of the most challenging ordeals our country has ever endured. But when you look at this design of Lady Liberty striding towards the new day, you just can't help but feel a little uplifted. You know, it's as if it's just reminding us that a new day will come. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the day, the Mint had a hard time striking this Walking Liberty design on the $half, and most issues were weakly struck, lacking a lot of the detail. That's why it's so great for us as collectors that when John Mercanti adapted the design for the Silver Eagle, he was able to fully realize Weinman's work with new technology and new techniques that saw every last detail fully and beautifully struck as it deserved to be. Now, one of the most important features of this particular coin is that it is the first American silver eagle to feature a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark or a symbol that was traditionally used to identify the mint or some other aspect of the coin's origin. You know, the mint master, or like almost like a maker's mark on antique silverware. And this was done to prevent counterfeiting. Here in the US, we usually don't use privy marks, and we rely on other elements to prevent counterfeits, but they are popular in other countries like Great Britain and Australia. Now, if you look at the obverse, you can see this oval with the inscription V75 inside of it for the 75th anniversary of our victory in World War II. This oval, you can see it's not exactly oval, has a little indentation to it there, is actually directly modeled after the Rainbow Pool in West Potomac Park. in Washington, D.C., which is part of the World War II Memorial in the District of Columbia, which is dedicated to every American that made the ultimate sacrifice. This is the very first American Silver Eagle to feature a Privy Mark, which is why this particular coin is so incredibly popular among collectors. When we turn this coin over, you get to see that gorgeous reverse designed by John Mercanti. As the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Mercanti produced over 100 different coin and metal designs, and his work is considered some of the best ever produced. The reverse he designed here captures all of the classic elements of American coinage. You've got that majestic bald eagle with its wings outstretched, the olive branch and arrows in its talons, the shield protecting its chest, and of course our motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. When you look at the reverse, you can see every tiny little detail, from the patterns in the eagle's feathers to the creases in the leaves on the olive branch. It is a testament, not just to Mercanti's craftsmanship, but to the precision and the engineering of the technology used to strike these coins. This is a piece of art that could go in a museum, but it fits in your pocket. One reason why the coins we have for you today are so great is that these coins have John Mercanti's signature on the label. And this isn't a facsimile, it's not a reproduction. And every single one of these coins that you see with me here has his signature. You look at that label and you see this piece of art depicting Ronald Reagan. Now, Reagan, as I said earlier, was the one who signed the Liberty Coin Act into law and initiated the American Eagle program. And the piece of art that we have here is a way to pay tribute to him. This pop art label is actually based off of a bas-relief sculpture of Reagan that was created by none other than John Mercanti himself, meaning that even the label for this coin is a work of art. Now, when I have a nice work of art, I want a nice frame that accentuates it, and I want it signed by the artist. And for me, there's no better way to do this for the American Silver Eagle than with one of our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. If you look at that label, you also see the first release pedigree that NGC has given this coin. This coin comes from the very first release. It's only given this designation if it's received by NGC in the first 30 days of issue. And don't forget, this coin has one of the lowest mintages in the entire series. Just 75,000 of these coins were struck by the U.S. Mint, making it the third lowest in history. That is remarkable when you consider there's over 90 coins in this series. If you purchase one of these 2020W 75th anniversary Silver Eagles, one of the keys to the entire series, you'll also receive a complimentary book at no additional charge. This is American Silver Eagles, a guide to the U.S. bullion coin program. It's written by John Mercanti himself with Miles Standish, the renowned coin expert and vice president of NGC. This book is a full guide to the history of the American Silver Eagle series, and it goes deep into the historical and technical aspects of these coins. Now, also included in this offer is a Rare Collectibles TV exclusive baseball-style trading card dedicated to and signed by John Mercanti. This is also included in the offer at no additional charge and is only available through Rare Collectibles TV. This card features all the facts and figures about John Mercanti, such as his date of birth, how many coins he designed for the mint, how long he worked as an engraver, and it also features John Mercanti's signature as well. This is a $29 value, and it's included at no additional charge when you purchase one of these Silver Eagles. If you follow numismatic news at all, then you'll know that the Mercanti reverse will be getting phased out in 2021 with a new design for the reverse. This means that there may be fewer and fewer opportunities to acquire Silver Eagles with this stunning John Mercanti heraldic eagle design on the reverse. If I could add just one American Silver Eagle to my collection, this first release 2020W end of World War II example would be a very strong contender. The only two rare coins in the entire series, the 1995W and the 2019S enhanced reverse proof, would cost multiple times more than what this coin is today, making this a great value. Let me show you here. First off, that 1995W. This proof coin, second lowest mintage in the series. Notoriously rare key date coin. For a long time, Silver Eagle collectors have been just going nuts looking for this coin. When the first 1995W coins were graded, proof 70, collectors just started going crazy. They weren't really grading modern coins at that time. So when they started grading these earlier issue proof Silver Eagles, there were so few 70s, collectors were going nuts. Here's one that sold for $86,000. Since then, they've leveled off a little bit, but still, here's one, $40,000. $50,000. I mean, these are coins that regularly sell for upwards of $30,000 a coin, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a 95W in proof 70 is not unusual. Now, here's that 2019S. Just came out a little over a year ago. Took the crown as the lowest mintage Silver Eagle. Here's one someone is asking almost $95,000. This one happens to have the signature of the mint director, but still, $95,000 for a coin, the lowest mintage in this series, just to show you how popular this series is. What people are willing to pay for these type of coins, what these coins go for these highest, most sought after coins, these low mintage key dates in the series. Here's another 2019S. This one they're asking almost $12,000. Here's one, $5,000. I don't think this one's even graded. $5,000 for this enhanced reverse proof. Here we go, $6,000 for a proof 70. I mean, these are the same grade of the coin we have here today, proof 70. These are the number 1 and number 2 lowest mintage in the series. The coin we have here today is the third lowest mintage, right behind these two coins. Third lowest mintage, one of the major key dates to the most popular coin series in the world. These are a fraction of what you have to pay for these other coins, these other key dates of the series. This is a great opportunity. Right now, you can purchase this historic American Silver Eagle commemorating the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II for just $1,495. If you prefer to split up that cost, we also have a 2-payment plan for only $747.50. When you make that first payment, your coin goes in our vault and you can pay the other half in 30 days and receive your 2020W with the Privy Mark. And let's not forget, this is a proof coin. This is a state-of-the-art coin, and it displays the highest possible quality that the mint can produce with modern technology. Proof coins are only struck in limited quantities due to the labor involved in the production. These coins are, they require specially polished dies to strike them. They're sorted individually. These are coins treated with the utmost care and respect to ensure they're in the best possible condition. But even with all of that care, the majority of these coins will never be certified as being perfect. But the examples we offer here today are all graded a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, or NGC. You can look at these coins under 5 times magnification and you still won't find an imperfection. These coins are flawless. And don't forget, these coins are in our exclusive NGC signed Reagan label, and you get the John Mercanti autographed trading card and the American Silver Eagle book included as a bonus, free of charge. Now, throughout the show, I've mentioned that these coins are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. If you're new to collecting, coins are graded using what's known as the Sheldon grading scale to determine their quality. On this scale, 1 means that the coin is so worn down that you can barely tell what kind of coin it is. A score of 70, on the other hand, is the highest grade possible. And that means that the coin is absolutely perfect, flawless. Now, one of the great things about collecting American Silver Eagles, unlike classic era coins like Morgan dollars, is that in the modern era, you can actually build a collection of coins graded in a perfect Proof 70, if you have the patience and the desire to do so. It's still a lot of work, but it can be done. If you look back to classic coins like the Morgan dollar or the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, mint state 70 examples don't even exist. The technology just wasn't there yet to produce flawless coins back in those days. Now, on top of these 2020W Silver Eagles having a perfect grade, these are proof coins. These are not coins struck for circulation or, to be used for change, or they're not coins struck for bullion purposes like the normal mint state Silver Eagles. These are proof coins, which are much more difficult to produce than bullion coins or circulation strike coins. The blanks need to be treated, polished, cleaned to ensure that the strike is high quality, and the dies have to be specially polished as well to get that gorgeous frosting that you see on the devices. And all that effort pays off, though, as you get these stunning examples like the ones you see now. That cameo contrast between the fields and the devices just means that these coins just pop. They grab your attention from across the room like a good piece of art. It's not very often that the Mint institutes a hard limit of how many Silver Eagles get struck in a particular mintage. But for this coin, we have a confirmed mintage of just 75,000 examples of this coin struck to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. These coins are an incredible rarity, but that's not all. NGC has recently confirmed that they are going to assign a separate category for Silver Eagles with the Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, making the population for these prestigious coins even more exclusive. There's so much demand for this coin, even in an ungraded state, that the US Mint's webpage for this coin crashed from the sheer amount of visitors that it had. People are going insane trying to find this coin. People are going nuts. The website crashed, and it is just one of the rarest Silver Eagles, like I said. Let me show you for a second, just to get, I've said it a few times that this is the third lowest mintage in the series. And this is a pretty big series. Here's the entire Silver Eagle series, all the different versions. The regular uncirculated version, also known as the mint state or the bullion version. You see a typical strike for the uncirculated coins well into the millions. At the top of the chart, you see several issues over 40 million, over 30 million. Even by the bottom of this page, we get down here, they start to get much lower mintages here. I'm sure there's got to be at least 5 million Silver Eagle collectors in the country. But you see here, we're getting down to coins with mintages of only about 5 million coins. We get to page 2 here. We start to get to some lower mintages again. Here's the 1986, first year of the series, that uncirculated or bullion issue, about 5 million coins struck. Now we start coming down here and we start seeing some of these proof issues. Like I talked about earlier, because of the amount of work taken to strike these coins, it's just so much more difficult. The Mint makes much lower numbers of these coins specifically for collectors. And you can see almost all of those coins are struck in very limited quantities. Just about all of them, except for 2 issues, were struck under 1 million coins. We get down here, only about 500,000 coins struck for some of these dates in the, in the 80s and early 2000s. And then we get to page 3. Here's the last page where you start to see the really rare dates for this series. You see some of these burnished issues, 2008, 2006, some of these proof issues, low mintages. We're getting under 500,000 coins struck. These are some of the rare coins, harder coins to get in this series. 2006 reverse proof, that's a special anniversary coin, only a little less than 250,000 of those coins struck. You've got some of these other burnished reverse proofs, low 200,000. I mean, these are low mintage coins. Then we get down here, under 100,000, some of the rarest coins in the series. 2011 reverse proof, 2011 burnished, and then we see the coin we have here. Only 75,000 coins struck. The only 2 coins in the series that have a lower mintage are that 1995 W proof, which has been a famous, notorious key date, that enhanced reverse proof. This coin only came out, about a year ago, and this coin, look at that, 30,000 coins struck. Those coins already selling for thousands of dollars in proof 70. I showed you some comps earlier, one that sold over $80,000 in proof 70, regularly selling, from $30,000 to $50,000 in the same grade we have here, proof 70 for that coin. Multiples above what you can get this coin for today at only $1,495 for this 2020 W World War II Privy Mark coin. I mean, that just tells me this is a great opportunity to get the 3rd lowest mintage, one of the keys to the series. Now is the time while they're still available. Now, with how much demand there's been for this particular Silver Eagle, I would not be surprised at all if it becomes one of those issues that people hunt after obsessively, just like that 95W or that 2019 S enhanced reverse proof coin that I just was talking about. When you take the American Silver Eagle, the most popular collectible coin series in the world, and you combine it with the historic weight of the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, you end up with this incredible coin with an incredible story behind it. And then when you factor in that it's a first release coin here, these are coins from that first 30 days, although these coins were all sold out the first day, but these coins got out and got released in the first group that was shipped from the mint. They were the first group that got to grading, that first release. And more importantly, there's only 75,000 examples of this coin struck. That's absolute rarity. This coin is rare no matter what condition it's in. But when you have a coin only 75,000 struck from the American Silver Eagle series, it is obvious that this is a coin that will be in demand for years to come. Right now, you can purchase this coin for just $1,495 or 2 payments of only $747.50. And don't forget, every order comes in our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. And you receive the Mercanti Collector's Card, also signed by John Mercanti, and the American Silver Eagles book for no additional charge. With how few coins there are in this mintage, if you're going to buy just one American Silver Eagle, this is absolutely the one. Take advantage of this opportunity, because once we sell out, there's no telling if we'll ever be able to offer these again at this price. I mean, this is just such an amazing opportunity, one of the rarest Silver Eagles ever produced since 1986. 90 coins so far in this series and counting. And you have a coin that's the 3rd lowest mintage. This is a big deal. This is a great opportunity. This is a great price. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you so much. And take care and stay safe.
I have an extraordinary set of silver dollars for you today. 3 coins struck over 120 years ago in guaranteed uncirculated condition, guaranteed by the U.S. government when they were issued, that offer the kind of rarity most collectors only dream about, folks, never believing they could actually own. 3 incredible coins. This is a historic 3-coin set that offers the greatest potential for your future. Now, when it comes to silver dollars, to offer silver dollars of this tremendous rarity at the price I have them today, this is just a very special moment for me. These kind of opportunities just don't come along very often. And when there is the opportunity to offer silver dollars of this importance, this magnitude, at this price. Now, but before I get into the specifics of this set, it's really important you understand where I'm coming from. My focus for you, my clients, has always been long-term. I don't want you buying coins today that sound like a good deal and may be a good deal today, only to find out years later they have dropped in value and are worth a half or 1/3 of what they sold for years earlier. Now, this is especially important for you new viewers of Coin TV to hear. There are a lot of different coin shows on TV you can turn to. Some have been on the air a long time, decades. And they're proud of that fact. They should be. They proclaim it as, but they proclaim it as if that fact alone merits you take what they say most seriously. What they will not tell you about is their real track record over those years. Now, Exhibit A. 4 years ago, a lot of those other shows were selling silver bullion, American Eagles, at what seemed like good prices. And they featured these coins on virtually every one of their shows at $60, $70 a coin, which seemed like a good price back then, as silver was almost $50 an ounce. Back in 2011, these shows were imploring their viewers to back up the truck, as this was the buying opportunity of a century. And they would quote expert after expert predicting silver would hit $100, even $200 an ounce by the end of the year, or certainly by the end of 2012. Experts, as if by calling these people experts, we were to believe they had access to some special crystal ball into the future that we mere mortals were not privy to. Now, the thousands of viewers who took their advice, these experts who told them to back the truck up and get as many as you can, and who are now paying the price, because now 4 years later, those same coins are being offered for less than $25 a coin, as silver has gone from $48 an ounce to less than $20 an ounce today. Never once during that time did I offer these kinds of bullion coins on my shows, because I believe long term there was a lot of downside for my clients at those 2011 levels. Now, all the viewers who watch my show, this is not something I wanted to put them in at those levels. And time has proven that, in this case, I was correct. Because again, my focus has always been, always will be, long-term. I don't want you buying coins today that sound like a good deal, only to find out years later they are worth 1/3 of what you originally paid for them. In my 30-plus years of buying and selling rare numismatic coins, what I am unquestionably most proud of are the collections I have built for my clients. Here is what I'm most proud of. What makes me happiest? I bring these out once in a while for our new viewers. This plaque you see, there's my name on it, but it's a collection I assembled, the finest known proof Walking Liberty half-dollar collection. It's called the Joe Murphy Collection. These are awards given to my clients. Many of you may be watching tonight for finest known sets. And everyone watching who has purchased a coin on our show, you folks are my clients. Now, there's no other TV coin show host that I know of who can claim he or she has built such a set for one of their clients, even though they may have been on the air for 20, 25 years. How come? Why haven't they built any of these sets for their clients? I love building collections for our clients that have the greatest possible potential for long-term growth. That's what it's always been about for Jack and myself. We're not interested in coin fads on what's hot today. The most important question Jack and I always ask ourselves when buying a rare coin is not, is it a good deal today? That's an important question. But it's not the most important question. The most important question to ask for all collectors is, where might this coin be valued in 10, 20 years down the road? Because if you think a coin is headed down in value, then why buy it today? Buy it in a couple of years and save yourself a lot of money. So I've always kept my focus on the fundamentals that give a coin the most potential possible for long-term growth. The three legs of the stool. I look for coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality for their date, and tremendous rarity at the best price possible. And when I find one of these a coin with all these key elements, then I try to acquire it at the lowest possible price. And folks, that's why I am so enthusiastic about the Morgan dollar set I have for you today. Now, because of their rarity, I have a limited number of these sets. The good news is that Jack and I, through a lot of work, have a limited number of these sets. It's not possible to assemble a large quantity of these sets because of their rarity. But we have a limited quantity, and that is an achievement. These three Morgan dollars have it all: exceptional eye appeal, extraordinary quality, and the greatest rarity at a great price. Now, how rare are these Morgan dollars? Well, these three Morgan dollars rank among the rarest Morgan dollars in terms of absolute rarity in the entire 100 date and mint mark Morgan dollar series. And one of the coins in this set may be the lowest mintage Morgan of all. Now, I just referred to the absolute rarity of these coins, because when we're talking about rare coins in numismatics, there are actually two kinds of rarity. One is absolute rarity, and the other is condition rarity. A coin with absolute rarity is a coin that is rare in any condition, usually because it's a very low mintage coin. There were very few struck. For example, a 1913 Liberty nickel in proof. I give that example all the time. They only struck 5 of them. So even if you have the lowest grade example, the poorest quality of the 5, it's worth millions of dollars. Here's another example, the 1916D Mercury dime. They only struck 264,000 examples. Very low mintage for a mint state coin. So here's one in just very fine condition, very heavily circulated, not uncirculated, heavily circulated, very fine circulated condition, VF30. That's a $7,000 coin. In the Morgan dollar series, the King Kong is the 1893S, folks. The 1893S, they only minted 100,000 examples. So here's an 1893S And VF25. This is about as cheap as you'll find one. It's about $5,000. That was auction price. That's what it sold for. Here's one in XF details. It's improperly cleaned, extra fine, and it's sold in auction for $6,000. Again, this is the lowest mintage issue and the rarest in high-grade condition, high-grade meaning just uncirculated condition. But here's one in a 93S in AU53. How the value jumps in AU53, circulated. It's almost $24,000. And finally, if you want an UNC, an uncirculated example, even an MS60, lowest graded of uncirculated, it becomes a six-figure coin. Now, on the other hand, there's condition rarity. Often, when we're referring to rare coins, we're talking about coins with condition rarity. These are coins that may not be of particularly low mintage and may be easy to locate in low-grade condition, but become rare in the higher grades, especially uncirculated condition. Most often when we're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we're talking about Morgan dollars with condition rarity. Morgan issues that have been struck in the millions and yet are quite rare in uncirculated condition. Here's a great example. This is an 1886-0. If you could, Caitlin, show them both the obverse and reverse. It's circulated. I bought it in the coin shop. I paid $35 for it. They struck about 10 million of them. And so to find a circulated example is real easy. And there you see the O mint mark below the eagle there, below his tail feathers. But here's one in MS64, uncirculated MS64. And it's, $14,000 because it's very rare in this, mint state condition. And if you were to look for an MS65, it'd be in the neighborhood of $150,000 to $250,000. Now, folks, what I have for you today, what I can only call the big three. Three Morgan dollars with tremendous, absolute rarity by a significant margin. They are among the lowest mintage issues in the series, with one of the coins rivaling the King Kong 1893S in total mintage. And it's several times rarer in terms of mintage than the 1916D Mercury dime we just showed you that was $7,000 in very fine condition. Again, there are 100 dates and mint marks in the Morgan series, and these three Morgans rank among the three lowest mintages in the entire series. First struck in 1878, last Morgan dollar struck in 1921. And most importantly, all three dates were struck at the Carson City Mint. Now, among Morgan dollar collectors, Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint are always a favorite and always will be a favorite, primarily because of the 5 mints where Morgan dollars were struck. You have Philadelphia, New Orleans, San Francisco, Denver, and Carson City. The Carson City Mint struck the fewest Morgan dollars. Next in line was the Denver Mint. But interestingly, the Denver Mint only struck coins for 1 year, 1921. And just in that 1 year, they exceeded the mintage of all the Carson City dollars. Carson City dollars, which were struck at 13 different years. Only struck just over 13 million Carson City dollars for all those years. And the three coins I have, folks, as low as that total mintage is for the Carson City dollars, the three Carson City dollars I have are the lowest mintage issues by that Carson City Mint. Take a look at this chart. These are all the Morgan dollars, folks, in order of total mintage, beginning with the highest mintage Morgan dollars in descending order to lower mintages. And it starts at the very top with the 1921 P, over 44 million struck. As you go down the page, you get to coins struck around 10 million. There's your 86.0 there that I just showed you, 10.7 million. And we get to the second page, you know, you still have coins struck in the millions. It's not until you get over halfway down the page where you get to coins struck with mintages under 5 million. And there's your first Carson City, though, the 1890 CC, 2.3 million, the highest mintage issue of all the Carson City issues. That's your first Carson City. And, you know, it's look how much rare, look how many Morgan dollars there were that have much higher mintages. And this is the most common CC. Now we get to the last page. Here's the last page. And this is where you see all the CCs, all the lowest mintage issues. The 78 CC is next, 2.2 million. 91 CC, 1.6. 92, 1.3. And here we're getting under a million, finally. Under a million, folks. There aren't many Morgans with mintages under a million. Could you hold it right there, Hector? You got the 79 CC, 756,000. That 93 CC, 677,000. The most valuable of all CCs, the 1889, because it's most difficult to find an uncirculated condition, 350,000. And then you have these last three issues right here. The 1881 CC, 296,000. 85 CC, 228. 80 CC reverse of 78. There's only an estimate on this. Miles Standish estimates there may be around 100,000 of these. David Bowers, a renowned numismatic expert, he's written more numismatic books than anybody I know of, estimates that maybe as many as 125,000 struck. But nobody knows because you have a little, if you go back up the page there, you have two different kinds of 1880 CCs struck. The reverse of 79, and they estimate anywhere between 75 and 80% of the 80 CC struck were with the reverse of 79. Now, those are the ones, when you find an 80 CC, it's almost always the reverse of 79. The rarer of those two varieties, and the most significant coin, is that 80 CC reverse of 78. And it may be, quite possibly, may be even rarer than the 93 S Morgan in terms of total mintage. Now take a look at these coins I have for you today, folks. The 3-coin set. And then we're going to show you the difference between the two CCs also. And you can take a look at these. Not only are these 3 Carson City Morgan dollars the lowest mintage of all Carson City Morgan dollars, they are examples that I have that are also in GSA holders, in original GSA holders. You take a look at this holder, Carson City uncirculated silver dollar. Now these GSA Carson City dollars, folks, were only the government could have an accident like this. In the 1960s, they discovered thousands of bags of silver dollars in their treasury vaults, and they were deciding what to do with all these silver dollars. A lot of them, some of them were seeded dollars, a lot of them were circulated, but there were a lot of Carson City bags of uncirculated Carson City dollars. And at first they were going to melt them all down into bullion. But then they decided, they got the bright idea of offering them for sale to the public in auction. And so in the 1970s, they had this auction and by the Government Services Administration. And here is a brochure. And at the time, I remember this. Unfortunately, I didn't have the money to buy any of these, because depending on the date, the starting bids on these coins were either $30 or $60. But it was quite a big undertaking. Here you had this colorful brochure, and if you see the close-ups there, you can see the opening bids on the various issues. You had the mixed CC dollars where you had to guess, and the minimum bid was $16, but the 83 CC was starting bid of $30. Remember, this is the 1970s. The 84 CC was $30. The 80 CC was $60. The 81 CC was $60. 85 CC was $60. And this is how these coins then were issued. And the government was very careful about the Carson City dollars that they put in their holder. And to my knowledge, every Carson City dollar that's in one of these holders where it says uncirculated silver dollar, every single one, when it was submitted for grading to NGC or PCGS, has graded uncirculated. The lowest grade has been MS60, and there's very few MS60s. Most of them grade somewhere between MS62 and MS65. These are really choice specimens we have here. Now this book, folks, here, this book, I'm proud to say, this is on Morgan dollars, written by Miles Standish. This book was voted by the Numismatic Literary Guild, and that's a guild that I've shown you the plaque, the award I received some years in 2011. For my book on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I received a plaque for extraordinary merit for my book. It wasn't, but I didn't get Book of the Year, but it was extraordinary merit, which is kind of like second place, you know. So I didn't get Book of the Year, but I got second place, which from the Numismatic Literary Guild, folks, is a great achievement when you consider all the numismatic books published every year. But we're proud to say that, you know, Miles' book, which we have been offering with our Morgan collections now this year, was the 2015 Book of the Year. And we are the only station, we have an exclusive with Miles, that is offering this book, this 2015 Book of the Year, with autographed copies by Miles Standish himself. And now in the book, on the 1880 CC, here's what Miles says about the 80 CC Morgan dollars. Of the 500, see, a lot of times you'll see the mintage as 591,000 for the 80 CC in a lot of books. But what Miles writes in this book is of the $591,000 80 CC coins struck, some 96,000 failed to meet legal standards when mint assayers surveyed Carson City's output. These coins were melted. So you had 591,000 struck, but in reality, only 495,000 were released. Now, of those, the 80 CC with the reverse of 78 accounts for approximately 20% of the issue's total mintage. That's his estimate. 20% of 396,000 is about 99,000 coins. That's his estimate. Now, let's give you a shot of the reverse of 78 and the reverse of 79. Here are two 1880 CCs that we have here. This is the reverse of 78. You notice the flat breast of the eagle. It's completely flat, and what they did was they carved the breast feathers into that flat breast. And this is the reverse that the mint first used when they first started striking silver dollars in 1878. And they switched at the end of the year to what they call the round breast variety, and we refer to it as the reverse of 79. And virtually all Morgan dollars after the late 1878 were struck with this reverse of 79. And there you can see the rounded breast of the eagle. And that's the reverse of 79. very few 1880 at the Carson City Mint, they found a couple leftover dies from 1878 with this reverse of 78. Can we go back to that once more, Hector? The reverse of 78, they found a couple leftover dies, and they put them in there, and they used them to strike a handful of these 1880 cc's. Now, they didn't do any kind of, calculations as to how many they used of each die. They didn't do that back then. So here we have these three lowest mintage. If we can go back to these three lowest mintage, GSA Carson City silver dollars, folks. GSAs. Now, 25 years ago, dealers and collectors were cracking these Carson City dollars out of the GSA holders to get them graded by PCGS or NGC. But a movement began to take place. Collectors were saying, I don't want my coin cracked out. This is a valuable pedigree in the GSA holder. Even if I never get it graded by PCGS or NGC, I think it's worth more to me in the GSA holder without a grade than it is cracked out and graded by PCGS or NGC. Now, up to then, PCGS and NGC insisted they would not grade a coin if it was in a holder. It had to be out of a holder in their hands to grade it. That was their policy. But because there were so many collectors who insisted they would not, under any circumstances, crack their GSA coins out for grading, both PCGS and NGC changed their policy, and for these GSA coins, they had made an exception and grade their coins while still in the holder. Now, in these GSA holders, folks, these coins are truly, truly rare. Take a look at these numbers. These are certified GSA. These are the coins that have been graded by NGC and PCGS in the GSA holders of these three dates. You've got the 81cc mintage, 296,000. Total graded and uncirculated condition about 40,000. That's PCGS and NGC combined. Now, though, the number that have been graded in GSA holders, it's less than 10,000, 8,800 coins, less than 1/4. The 85cc, 41,000 out of the holder, only 8,900 in GSA holders. You have to remember, a lot of these coins were cracked out, and they were graded, and they may have been in those numbers you see there in the second column. They may have been in GSA holders, but they're now out of the holders. There's no record of them. They're gone. And finally, the 80cc reverse of 78. Now, that one has only had 7,600 coins graded in mint state. That's it, all grades of mint state. But of those, only 1,900 in GSA holders, folks. Now, the price. This is why I really love these three dates. These three rare estate Carson City Morgan dollars are so undervalued, that while silver bullion type coins that other show hosts have been promoting the past several years have seen steep declines in value, as we showed you on that bullion chart. The GSA Morgan dollars in this three-coin set have actually increased in value during that same time span by a significant margin. Here, for example, I did a printout from an auction house of the 1885 GSAs that they've sold in MS66 condition, a very high grade. And here's the last several sales of that 1885 CC. And they've been anywhere from $3,500 to, I think, there's one for $4,000. There's one for over 5,000. Now you go back to 2011, folks, and these were all in chronological order. You go back to 2011, when again that reference point, when 2011, when these dealers were pushing bullion on their viewers, they should have been selling them something numismatic like this, if they really wanted to serve their clientele. Because you look at that. The same grade coin in a GSA holder back in 2011, it was going for around $2,500. And there's several examples there. They're all around $2,500. There's one for $2,300. So here's a coin that went from $2,500 back in 2011. It's currently between $3,500 and $4,000. And this is while silver has gone from $48 an ounce to right now it's around well under $20 an ounce. Well under $20 an ounce. And again, one of the great things about the GSA holder is that, to my knowledge, no example has ever been ungradable where it graded less than MS60. Here's, I did the printout of, this is from NGC, of the 1880 cc's graded in GSA holders and non-GSA holders. If we could get a close-up there, Hector, of how close can we get on this? Yeah. Now you could see you've got the 80cc right. If you could stay right there, right above the one that says GSA hoard. If you go to the right, you'll see the non-GSA hoard coins. You see all those numbers to the left there. Those are coins that were graded in circulated condition. This column here where you see the 3 for the GSA hoard, that's MS60 grade there. That's the lowest grade any 80cc reverse of 78 has received at NGC. There have only been 3 of them. There have been 40 6-1s, 140 6-2s, 283 6-3s, 195 6-4s, 41 6-5s, 7 6-6s, and that's the highest grade. That's the highest grade. These Carson Cities, normally extremely baggy. You get something, folks, in choice BU condition, you've got something special. Now, I'm not a fan of many of the Carson City Morgan dollars at their current price levels. Just to be clear, I mean, Morgan dollars are really popular, but so many of them are priced really at astronomical price levels. You saw the mintages of all the other Morgans. What we have here are the 3 lowest mintages. If you wanted an 1879, for example, a CC, just in AU condition, folks, here's one for $3,100. Just in AU condition. That's the going price. Now, here's one in MS62, which is, and this is not a bad price, about $5,500. Now, here's one, though, in a GSA holder. Same grade, but it's almost $9,000. And then here's one in 6.5, not in a GSA holder. And this coin is like $27,000, $28,000, which is a very, very, very fair price. But then you get one in a GSA holder, and it goes through the roof. It's $60,000. $60,000. Now here's a 92cc. And again, let me show you this mintage chart once more, all the Carson City minted Morgans. Okay? And you can see there, the ones at the very bottom. Here's a 92cc in MS62. This is not a GSA coin. It's $2,300. Here's a GSA 91cc in 6.1 for over $3,000. Here's one, just a non-certified example, $1,900. Now again, the King Kong is the 89cc. I mean, an 89cc, and I don't know if I have a comp, but an 89cc, folks, you get one in MS60, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars for an 89cc, because that is the toughest coin in uncirculated condition. But here's the last date of the series, the 93cc and 6.3. And here finally, 89cc. Here's an AU58, 89cc. AU58. $20,000. Okay, here I have these three lowest minted Carson City dates. Many of you are familiar with the 85cc and the 81cc, with mintages comparable to that 1916 D Mercury dime for $7,000 in VF condition. But this coin here, this 80cc reverse of 78, folks, in the GSA holder, I firmly believe will one day be a $15,000, $20,000 coin all by itself. As time passes and it dawns on dealers and collectors how rare this Morgan dollar is, how ridiculously undervalued it currently is. And I've got the entire three-coin monster GSA set, not for $15,000 or $10,000 or $5,000. Jack and I have this at the right price, folks. $31.95. $3,195. This is a home run price for you folks with the ultra rare key date 1880cc, reverse of 78, all in GSA holders. It would be a great price if they weren't not in GSA holders. I mean, just to get these three coins, you know, whether they're in the GSA holders or not, but in the GSA holders, this is a screaming, screaming buy of an opportunity. And excuse me, but I just got distracted. We've got a lot of phones ringing all of a sudden. The phone banks are lighting up with this, folks. Christy, please let me know who the first buyer is. I want to congratulate them. We are also going to give you before I forget, a free copy of the 2015 Numismatic Literary Guild Book of the Year, signed by Miles Standish himself. We are the only show. Mr. L in Alabama is the first buyer. Congratulations, Mr. L. Thank you very much. You're going to love this set, and congratulations. This set is going to be good to you. This book, this Miles Standish book, again, Book of the Year. We are the only station with an agreement with Miles to offer an autographed version of it. Folks, I mean, the book itself, this is a great reference tool, but it's going to be a great collector's item as well. I mean, look, if collectors are asking $300 and $500 for used copies of my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, I think it's safe to say that signed copies by the author of this Morgan Dollar book is something to hold on to. Now, Jack and I have as our goal to, you know, we made this set as affordable as possible. You know, we've got a limited number of these. I got the stack here of these 80cc reverse of 78s. We've got a total of 27 of these 80cc reverse of 78s that we have been looking for in the GSA holders. It's taken us so long. We've got a lot of folks calling in. Let me find out who some of these other buyers are. Collectors. And we have a Mr. S. Mr. S in Oregon. He's getting two sets. Two sets. Well, congratulations for two sets. To Mr. S in Oregon, two sets. Wow, look at this, 85cc. That's a nice choice BU. And again, maybe we should do the reverse shots of the two coins once again. And for those of you who tuned in, because the 80cc we're offering is the rare reverse of 78 variety, not the reverse of 79. Mrs. K. Mrs. K in South Carolina. Thank you, Mrs. K. Congratulations, Mrs. K. Mr. M. Mr. M in Illinois. All right, my home state. A lot of folks calling in for this phenomenal Carson City GSA offer. The reverse of 78 with that, what we call it, the flat breast eagle. This is the first reverse design used by the U.S. Mint when they started striking Morgan dollars in 1878. And at the end of 1878, they began to strike Morgan dollars with this redesigned reverse with the rounded breast that you see there of the eagle, with a rounded breast. And that's called the reverse of 79. And virtually all the coins struck after that have this reverse. There's only a couple exceptions. One is the 1879S Morgan dollar with the reverse of 78. The other is the 1880 C Morgan dollar with the reverse of 78, where they just had a couple of old dies laying around and they stuck them in there and they just created this rarity. Unknowingly created this rarity that there would be collectors someday that would, appreciate the difference. They did stuff back then never realizing that these would be huge collector coins. I mean, the Morgan dollars are, without question, the most widely collected United States coin. You go to any coin show, you'll see more Morgan dollars in dealers' cases than any other coin. Every coin shop has Morgan dollars. What you will not see, though, is a set like this. This is an extraordinary set. This is a set that, again, Jack and I are so thrilled to be able to offer, because this is the kind of set that long-term is only going to be valued more with the passage of time, folks. I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, as I said earlier in the presentation, I mean, the most important question Jack and I always ask when buying a rare coin is not, is it a good deal today? That's an important question. But the most important question to ask for all collectors is, where might this coin be valued 10 and 20 years down the road? Because if you think it's headed down in value, why buy it today? Buy it in a couple of years and save yourself a lot of money. I don't think a few years from now you're going to be able to buy it any cheaper than you see it here today, folks. You might see it at $37.95 or $39.95. And there will come a time when you see it at $49.95, but $31.95. Knowing how hard it is to get these, again, you're talking about the lowest mintage issues in the Carson City series, among the lowest mintage issues of all Morgan dollars. And here again is the chart I have showing the rarest, lowest mintage Morgan dollars. Highest mintage Morgans had mintages in the tens of millions. And then you had this handful struck with mintages under $500,000. And you've got the peace dollar there, the lowest mintage peace dollar is $360,000. And then you got these three CCs, the 81cc, $296,000, 85cc, $228,000, and the 80cc reverse of 78. Miles Standish estimates it somewhere around $100,000. He estimates in his book that it's about 20% of the total population that was issued, which was less than 500,000 coins. So I just did the math and said 99,000. David Bowers estimates it might be as high as 125,000. Needless to say, it's extremely rare, okay? And then you got the 93S, 100,000. A 93S in just VF condition, cleaned, is $4,000 or $5,000 coin. An AU is, tens of thousands. So we got a lot of people calling in online. I want to go through this one last time. This is a most exciting offer. This is a presentation that I've been yearning to make for such a long, long time, because I love the story behind these coins. I love the fact that you're getting three coins. You add it all up, folks. The total mintage of these three coins, it's about 700 well, less than 700,000, about 600,000, just over 600,000, between 600 and 700,000 coins struck for all 3 dates combined. All 3 dates combined. It's just a crazy, crazy low mintage. Especially when you have other CC dates. I mean, like, you know, you're not going to see me promoting the 79 CC in MS61 for $5,500 or $6,000, just because I just don't think it's a good value at that price. Now, the thing is, I doubt that coin is going to go down in value because, again, it's a CC, and if you get one in a GSA holder, even the 79 CC today, in MS61, I mean, the coins you're looking at are better than 61s, folks. These are nice coins. But even a 79 CC at $6,000, I feel pretty certain years from now, especially if it's in a GSA holder, is going to be worth a lot more than $6,000. You know, to get these in the GSA holders, there are so few of them left out there. So many were cracked out. You know, I mean, you have the low mintages to begin with. The fact that of this hoard, only a percentage of those low mintage coins were put into GSA holders, and then so many, a sizable percentage, were cracked out in the late 1980s, early and mid 1990s, until this movement began to take place where collectors said, "Hey, I don't want my coin cracked out of the GSA holder." The collectors were saying, you know, the GSA holder is a valuable pedigree. If I never get it graded by PCGS or NGC, I think it's worth more to me in the GSA holder without a grade than it is cracked out and graded by PCGS or NGC. And time has turned out to be on their side, that they're absolutely 100% correct. So for the first time, PCGS and NGC changed their policy. Up to then, they wouldn't grade a coin if it was in any kind of holder. They insisted that all coins for grading be out of the holder. But they made it as exception for these GSA dollars. So if you submit this, your coins to NGC or PCGS in the GSA holder, for example, what NGC will do is, in the case of this piece here, they will put, and that's an 80cc reverse of 78 graded by GSA, and they'll put that grade on it. Here's another one that you could see, you know, and that is the process that they now use. So I'm going to do a last call on this. We are getting a lot of calls, but as I said in the beginning, we have a limited number of these 80cc reverse of 78s. We have a limited number of the 81s and 85s as well, folks. So let me make that really, really clear. However, as rare as the 81 and the 85s are, I mean, they're extremely rare. They're among the toughest coins to get in the Morgan series. The lowest mintage, only 296,000 of the 81cc minted, 228 of the 85cc, but only about 100,000 of the 80cc. This is the big kahuna. This is the 1,000-pound gorilla. This is the super sleeper. I mean, both the 81 and the 85 cc's in these GSA holders, no question they're going to continue to go up in value with the passage of time. But the trio with this reverse of 78, this is just a grand slam home run. This is as good as it gets, folks. This is as good as it gets. You know, so please take advantage of this. If you've never bought a Morgan dollar, this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it, you know.
For $31.95,
I can't think of 3 better coins to start your Morgan collection with in these GSA holders. I mean, it's as close to a sure thing as anything possible in numismatics. I mean, there are no guarantees in anything in rare coins, but boy, this comes as close as anything I know of, folks. This is just a home run of an opportunity. As I said again, I'm going to repeat this one last time. The question that Jack and I mean, our focus has always been long-term. And the question Jack and I always ask is not whether the coin is a good deal today. That's an important question. The important question to ask is, what might this coin be valued at in 10, 20 years? Because if you think it's headed down in value, if you think the price is too high, or if you just think it's an overpriced coin, then why buy it today? I mean, there are so many coins out there, and I started the show talking about those American Silver Eagles that other shows were pushing in 2011, telling the viewers to back the truck up because they were a buying opportunity of a century. I didn't touch them. I didn't believe that for 1 second. So I'm sure as heck not going to offer it to you folks. And today you see those coins at about a third the price of what they were selling for in 2011. While during this same time period, these GSA coins have gone up in value. Just as with my high-grade Proof Franklins, same thing. They've gone up in value during that same time frame. That's what you saw me offering the clients. Nice high-grade Proof Franklins, coins of that nature. So despite the fact that silver has gone from $48 an ounce in 2011 to less than $20 an ounce today, extraordinary numismatic coins, like the Proof Franklins, like these GSA, key date, ultra rare, low mintage Morgan dollars, continue to appreciate over time. And, again, can't make any kind of guarantees that, I don't want to stand up here and say, hey, we're going to guarantee this or guarantee that. But this comes as close to a guarantee as you'll find in U.S. numismatics. Thank you for watching this presentation from Caitlin and I. This is an exciting time on our show to be able to offer these three key dates. And we've got a lot of them sold here. We still have people calling in. I don't know how many we have left of the 80cc reversive 78s. Again, we had a few more of the 81s and 85s, but they're all going to be difficult to replace in the GSA holders, but especially that reversive 78 80cc. It's so rare, so undervalued. Thank you for watching. Today will go down as one of the all-time highlights of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I will go even further. It will go down as one of the all-time great rare coin offerings in the history of Coin TV, folks. And that goes back over 30 years. This is truly a momentous occasion. Never been offered. They are uncirculated, mint state gold double eagles. Gold double eagles, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, with virtually a full ounce of gold. I have offered some great rare date gold double eagles in the past, many of which were superior to the examples in the Smithsonian. And the Smithsonian is the home to the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. But these particular gold double eagles, folks, in the quantity I have them, are the rarest gold double eagles I have ever been able to offer in the history of my show. And they are in exceptional uncirculated condition. Over the centuries, the Mint has struck gold coins in many different sizes and denominations. And here's a chart that shows the different sizes of gold coins that the U.S. Mint struck from the late 1700s through 1933. The coin on the far left there is a $1 gold piece. It's a tiny coin, folks. It's smaller than a dime. Very small coin. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece. And then there's a $3 gold piece. And then there's a $4 gold piece, which is referred to as the Stella. And then you have a $5 gold piece, which is about a 1/4 ounce of gold. It's about the size of a nickel. That's a larger gold coin. And then you have the $10 gold piece, which is about a 1/2 ounce of gold. And it's referred to as the Eagle, because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. And so they referred to it as the Eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848. And with this abundance of gold, our nation was able to strike even larger gold coins, which was of great benefit to the banking system. And this larger gold coin was twice the size of the Eagle, with virtually an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the Double Eagle. They only struck 2 examples as specimens in 1849. There was only one survivor. It's in the Smithsonian. It's considered to be the single most valuable United States coin in existence, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. You really can't put a value on the coin. It's priceless. Now, the Double Eagles I have for you today, folks, this particular date, there's less than 300 known to exist in certified condition at this time, folks, in all grades. Less than 300. And I have 57 of these amazing coins. And they are among the finest known. Truly. Please take a look at the coins, the Double Eagles that I have on the stand. 1873P, open 3 variety, double die obverse. These Liberty Double Eagles are so rare, the individual who acquired them directly from the great European bank hoard. This gentleman ranks among the leading United States gold specialists in our country. He has over 4 decades of experience handling many of the most important United States gold Double Eagle collections and hoards. And I asked him directly, have you ever handled this Double Eagle date in the past? And his answer, in over 40 years, he has handled perhaps 5 to 10 specimens. 40 years of handling literally hundreds of thousands of Mint State Double Eagles struck anywhere between 1850 and 1933. Millions of coins, perhaps. I then asked him, well, do you ever expect to see anything remotely close to this again in the future, where he is able to acquire such a rare Double Eagle date in uncirculated condition at such a great price? His 3-word answer, not a chance. That was it. What he acquired was a bag, something like this bag you see here, from the great European bank hoard, of 1873P Type 2 Liberty Double Eagles. Again, they were from the great European bank hoard, and they were uncirculated. There were 3 different types of Liberty Double Eagles struck from 1850, which was the first year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, to 1907, which is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series. And the 3 varieties, we have pictures of the reverses. The Type 1, you see a United States of America across the top, 20D at the bottom. This was struck from 1850, again, the first year of the series, up until mid-1866. Now, in 1866, a year after the Civil War, Congress passed some legislation suggesting that "In God We Trust" be added to all our United States coins. And so late in the year, they added "In God We Trust" above the eagle's head on the Liberty Double Eagle. And they struck this variety from 1866 through 1876. And that is the coin we have for you today. And there is one of the coins, as you see it, "In God We Trust" above. This is the Type 2 variety, struck for only 10 years. And then in 1877, they made one final change. Instead of 20D at the bottom, they stamped out $20. And that was from 1877 until the end of the series, 1907. By far, when you find Liberty Double Eagles, they're almost always the Type 3 variety. Far more common than any of either the Type 1 or the Type 2. Probably about 97% of all the Liberty Double Eagles you'll ever see are going to be the Type 3. Take a look at this, folks. I've got the 3 Liberty Double Eagle varieties. I also have the St. Gaudens. And the total population is graded by PCGS in MS65 condition. MS65 is gem condition, which is a top grade. And you can see there, St. Gaudens is by far the easiest double eagle to acquire in MS65 condition. It's a very rare coin in that condition because it's only 147,000 coins for the entire series. But then you look at the Liberty Double Eagles, and you could see, again, the Type 3 variety, 7,500 coins. And that's out of tens of millions struck, folks. But you look at the total, by far the rarest is the Type 2, only 3 examples certified in 6.5 condition. In other words, the Type 2 Liberty Double Eagle is by far the rarest double eagle in high-grade mint state condition. Now, this particular specialist, this individual, when he acquired this bag, to his great surprise, when the bag was delivered and the coins inspected, they were gorgeous mint state specimens, extremely high grade for a Type 2 Liberty Double Eagle, and among the finest known of the 1873P. But mixed in the bag were several dozen specimens of an extremely rare, major variety of the 1873P. The 1873P double die obverse. Now, before I go any further, you're probably wondering exactly what is the 1873P double die obverse Liberty Double Eagle? Well, the double die obverse refers to a major mint error in the creation of the die used to strike these coins. It's very rare for any series. Now, to understand what causes a double die obverse, you first have to understand how they made the dies in the first place to strike these coins. Here's a picture of the steel cones that would eventually be used to make the dies striking United States coins. Here's a picture of a working hub that was made from a master die, and this working hub was used to strike these steel cones in the eventual creation of the obverse and reverse of a coin. And this is a process the mint's used since the early 1800s. Now, during this era, in order to create a working die, these steel cones required at least 2 strikes. Now, after the first strike, what they typically did back then, after the first strike, was to remove the steel cone after it was struck once and reheat the steel cone to soften the metal, and then put the steel cone back in place and then strike it a second time to create that deepest possible impression. On very rare occasions, when they replaced that steel cone, it was shifted ever so slightly. So the second strike came down, and you could see the shift in the lettering and the detail of the coin. And that's what we refer to as a double die. In this case, the double die is on the obverse of the coin. Now, the most famous double die obverse is unquestionably the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent. You can see in the lettering, "In God We Trust" at the top there, you could see the doubling in the lettering of the coin. When collectors discovered the doubling on some of these Lincoln cents dated in 1955, it changed numismatics forever. Error collecting became a major field of collector interest. 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cents that were initially selling for $5 in 1956 are now selling for tens of thousands of dollars in their higher states of preservation. Here's a 1955 offered for sale in MS65 RB condition, which means red-brown. In other words, it has some darkening of the surfaces. If it was RD or fully red, it would be valued much higher, but it's red-brown, so it's got some toning, and it's a $27,000 coin. Here's one lower grade, 6.3 red-brown again, and it's a $41, $200 coin. But here's one that's cleaned, folks. AU details and it's cleaned. In other words, it's a damaged coin. It's still well over $3,000. Decades later, there was another double die obverse Lincoln cent that appeared. It was the 1995 double die obverse Lincoln cent. And once again, there was a frenzy among collectors. And we've got a close-up of the doubling of that 1995, and you can see at the top there, when we zoom in, you could see the doubling in the letters of "In God We Trust." Now, this 1995, being more recently struck, there were original rolls that surfaced, and finer examples can sell for $1,000 and more. Now, in a minute, folks, I'm going to show you a blow-up picture of the double die obverse 1873 Liberty Double Eagle. But before I do, I want to show you a chart that details how rare this coin is compared to those Lincoln cents you just saw comparables of. Take a look at this. 1955p, very rare coin, total certified by PCGS in all grades. Almost 5,400 coins. In high-grade condition, 6.4 red, 6.5 red, they're extremely rare. But you saw that even AU examples, circulated examples, sell for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. 1995p, not as rare as the 55p, but also more available in the higher grades. You saw a comparable of one in MS68 that was $1,000. 2,800 have been certified by PCGS. Now we look at the 1873p Double Eagle. Now, the normal variety, without the doubling, there have been approximately 9,500 examples certified. But the double die obverse, folks, 205 coins. 205 coins certified by PCGS. And it doesn't even exist in MS64 and higher condition. And we have MS62s today. This 1873p Liberty Double Eagle, the double die obverse, ranks among the rarest double dies known. Of the approximately 150 different dates and mint marks in the entire Liberty Double Eagle series. Again, struck from 1850 to 1907. There is only one other date discovered by PCGS to have had any examples struck with this kind of minting error, and that date is the 1859S. Now, here's some blow-up pictures of the 1873P double die obverse. The doubling on the 1873P Liberty double die obverse could be found in her crown. We have a blow-up comparison of the letters in her crown, which Sasha will now show you, where we compared a normal variety to the double die obverse variety. In the picture on the right, we have the normal Liberty variety, and you can see the letters LIB there. And then the double die obverse, you can see the distinct doubling in the crown, in the letters and right above the crown there, where you see those second letters outlined in the LIB of Liberty. Now, it's a major variety, folks, because it's something you can see with your naked eye. It's really, really an obvious variety, and it is so rare. Now, for comparative purposes, here's a list of double eagles that I've been able to offer over the past several years to you folks watching today, our viewers. From the most common dates to some of the rarest dates. And these are graded by PCGS. And you can see there in the St. Gaudens series, the most common is the 1924P, over 300,000 certified. And many of them are in 6.2, 6.4, 6.5 condition. Among the rarest dates, 1916S, only around 5,300 coins certified. Then when you get down to the Liberty double eagles, by far the most common is the 1904P, around 200,000 certified. I mean, when you find a Liberty double eagle, about 30% of the time it's going to be a 1904P. There isn't a close second. The second most common date is the 1900P, and it's a distant second. Now you get down to the 1857S, only 7,300 examples certified. 1,000 examples certified in 6.5 condition. But that is only because of the shipwreck SS Central America that went down off the Carolina coast in 1857 with a large shipment of those double eagles that were coming from the San Francisco Mint. And those coins were preserved in their original as-struck mint state condition. And then you get to the 1873P Type 2. Only around 9,400 examples graded, all grades, 2,300 in 6.2. And then the coin at the very bottom, the 73P Type 2, the double die obverse. All grades, folks, 205 coins. 205 coins, 113 of which are in MS 62 condition, and I have 57 of those coins today. Never has there been a gold double eagle in mint state condition this rare. Folks, this should easily be a 5-figure coin. I have them while they last, while they're available. We only have 57 examples. Call in now. If you can swing more than one, get more than one. It doesn't get any better than this, because I have these coins for $5,295. $5,295 to get a Liberty double eagle, incredibly rare, in mint state 62 condition with this double die obverse. The Smithsonian doesn't even have a specimen. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Look at this specimen. I mean, this is incredible condition of such a rare coin. Now, you have to understand, again, a Liberty double eagle very large, very heavy coin. The Liberty Double Eagle is actually about 10% smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but it's about 25% heavier. And gold is a very soft metal. Most Liberty Double Eagles are heavily damaged. They're not even gradable. I have a specimen right here. It's the last year of the series, on 1907. And this is typical quality. And you could see the deep gouge in the upper cheek of Liberty, among other deep cuts and abrasions over the coin. It's not even gradable. And this is the problem with Liberty Double Eagles, even if they have survived. And there are so few survivors from this early era of the Liberty Double Eagle series. The only reason these coins exist is because of the great European bank hoard. And never have we had a double eagle this rare in this quantity coming out of the great European bank hoard, especially at this price. Now, what is the great European bank hoard? Well, it really all started with the Great Depression. It was economic devastation in our country. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, back then, there was no federal deposit insurance. So if your bank failed, you weren't covered. Imagine going to the bank one day and you have 20 or 30 years of your life savings in that bank, and you go to the bank and it's shut down. It was a bank failure. You were wiped out. And this was happening to millions of Americans. Now, in response to that, Americans began to pull their money out of the banks. Those banks that were still solvent began to pull their money out and to buy gold coins. Because, you know, the paper money, the way the economy was at that time, who knows what condition our economy would be in the years ahead. So people were buying gold coins because gold always, throughout human history, has value across all cultures going back thousands and thousands of years. And they were buying gold coins with their paper money. Well, this created an additional stress on our banking system. So in 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold, which again, gold double eagles was worth $20, so you could own a maximum of 5 of these. Anything over that amount, you had to return to the government, to the Treasury, in exchange for paper money. And the government then proceeded to take all those gold coins and melt them back down into gold bars. There were an estimated over 50 million gold double eagles melted back down into gold bars. There were some citizens of means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I leave my money in the bank, that bank could go under tomorrow and I'll be wiped out. But if I pull my money out and buy gold with that money, I could get arrested and serve 10 years in prison. Now, there's nothing in Executive Order 6102 that says I can't own gold in another country. So what they began to do was buy large amounts of gold and have them shipped to banks in Europe. And they've been stored in these banks since 1933 and earlier. Now, most of them, again, are the most common, most recent Liberty Double Eagles, like the St. Gaudens and the more recent Liberty Double Eagles from the 1900s. Never have we had something like this 1873P with the double die obverse. And again, because we got it at such a great price, folks, to put it in perspective, here's a rarity chart comparing this coin to the rarest Morgan dollars. Now, the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition is the 1893S. PCGS has only certified around 6,600 examples in all grades. You can see the 1873P Type 2 Open 3 variety that we have, only around 9,500 coins certified. But the double die Avers, 205 coins. It would be so much easier for me to get a stand full of 1893 S. Morgan dollars, but they wouldn't be the best opportunity for you. When you go on the market and look for 1893 S. Morgan dollars, some of the higher grade specimens, here's one in MS 63 condition. It's over $300,000. Here's one in MS 60 condition, the lowest possible mint state grade. It's sold in auction for over $100,000. The 1873P with the normal variety in mint state condition, there's one for $6,300. There's one MS62, again, open 3, but not the double die Avers. $5,875 in MS62 condition. The only double die Avers I could locate. Here's one in AU55, circulated for $5,500. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. These coins, which rank among the finest known in uncirculated mint state condition, they never made it out of the bag from the mint in MS62. The difference between an AU55 and an MS62 is several fold. This really is truly a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is such a small, small window of opportunity, folks. You will never see anything like this with these double die Avers, Liberty Double Eagles. Once these are gone, that will be it. Now, if you're wondering what the open 3 is versus the closed 3, that simply has to do in the spacing between the date. Between the open 3, you see more spacing in the 3 than you do in the closed 3 variety. And what this is the 1873 with the open 3, but with the double die Avers. NGC and PCGS combined, only 291 examples certified. Both services combined, folks, in all grades. And these are MS62s. In gold value alone, this is almost $2,000 in gold. And here you've got one of the rarest Liberty Double Eagles in incredible condition. Now, these coins, they are available on the 3 payment option. So if you would like to acquire one of these, but you can't swing the entire $52.95 today, what we're able to do, folks, just call in, put $1,765 down, and we'll hold one of these coins for you. And that's so very, very important, because again, once these 57 are sold, that's it. We won't be able to offer them again. So $1,765, we'll hold one of these coins for you with your name on it, make the second payment in 30 days, the final payment in 60 days. And you will own one of the greatest opportunities in United States gold. Again, this is an incredibly important coin. The major double die Avers, extremely rare for the Liberty Double Eagle. Fewer than 300 specimens certified condition known to exist. That's NGC and PCGS combined. And these are among the finest known examples for only $5,295. It's the perfect time to acquire a coin of this rarity. There was an article that came out about being the perfect time to buy United States gold coins. Now, here's the core, the essence of this article. And this is something I've been telling our viewers now for the last several years. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." By that, what they mean is, I'll give you a personal example. It was about 15, 20 years ago when I had a Liberty Double Eagle. It was a common date in MS 63 condition. Now back then, gold was about $350 to $400 an ounce. And I remember selling the coin to a dealer for $3,500, or about 10 times the gold value. And that was a common date, a generic Liberty Double Eagle, about 10 times the gold value. Today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. But here we have this extremely rare Type 2 double die obverse 1873P with gold almost $2,000 an ounce. We have this coin for only $5,295. Sometimes something that seems too good to be true really is true. It was not too long ago, an individual discovered an 1854 $5 gold piece. Now, a $5 gold piece, folks, is about the size of a nickel. He took it to a coin shop and they told him, well, it was probably counterfeit. He sent it to NGC. NGC certified it as being genuine. Here's a picture of the coin. Again, it's about the size of a nickel. NGC graded the coin and it came back. It was the real deal. Extra fine 45. He put the coin in auction. And that coin sold for $2.1 million. Extremely rare. 1854S, $5 gold piece. Some things that seem too good to be true sometimes really are true. These 1873P Liberty Double Eagles, double die obverse, are the real deal, folks. This, folks, is as good as it gets, and I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Days are here at RCTV.
Let's face it, coin collectors, your loved ones have a hard time buying you holiday gifts.
That's why Rare Collectibles TV's private advisory coin team is here to help.
Our expert numismatists specialize in finding the highest quality, rare American coins in the marketplace.
You can trust our private advisory coin team
To find the right coin for you,
At the absolute most collector-friendly price.
skip another year of golf balls and bad ties this holiday.
give our private advisory coin team a call
At 1-800-778-0624.
And create a numismatic wish list that will brighten your holiday season.
That's 1-800-778-0624.
Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Rick Tamaska and Kimberly Tamaska here, folks, and have we got a collector special for you. This is a collector special of collectors specials. This is, first of all, it's a very important series in U.S. numismatics. It's one of the centerpieces of my next book, which I've been really resumed working on. You know, starting up the TV show over the last couple of years, it's taken a lot of my time, but we've got all those bricks in place, and I can focus on this book, and I've been writing away, and it's a thrill to be able to work on this book on United States proof coins. It's something that's, it's my dream, really, my dream. I love writing about these things, giving the information to you folks, sharing it with you folks. It's what collecting is all about. The collector's special I have for you today, folks. First of all, to appreciate the rarity of these coins. These were proof coins struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint. These are the last coins struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. They're meant to represent the finest possible examples of a coin that the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And I emphasize that last phrase, the technology of the day. Because the technology of the day is extremely important when it comes to appreciating the quality of the proof coins I have for you today. Now, again, you've got commercial struck coins, coins struck for commerce, the kind of coins we used to buy things with. And here's a chart that shows you the mintages of the coins we have today, which are Washington quarters in proof condition. The Washington Quarter Series in proof condition. And you could see in proof condition how many fewer Washington quarters were struck in proof than struck for commercial use, especially when you get down into the 60s. You see how the mintages began to increase in proof condition, also in mint state condition. 1964, they struck over 1 billion Washington quarters for commercial use. In proofs, they struck almost 4 million, which was a large number for proof coins. But you go into the 50s and earlier, the numbers were 1/10 of that when you get to 1955, and that is primarily because of the economics of the time, folks. If you know your history, you know we were coming out of World War II. We had a lot of young families that were just accumulating wealth. And they didn't really have money back then in the early mid-50s to spend on their passions, on their hobbies. But as you got into the late 50s and early 60s, as this middle class became established, you saw people buying TVs, you saw, owning 2 cars in a lot of cases, color TVs, home ownership. And so many collectors, were able to afford their passion, which was coin collecting. So that's where you saw the mintages for proof coins increasing in the late 60s. Now the thing is, though, the technology back then, these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, these proof coins. Again, these proof coins are struck off of highly polished dies. They're individually fed into the dies. They're double struck under higher pressure. Then they're individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with any other coins once struck. While commercial strikes, the dies don't receive any kind of special treatment. They're struck once struck, they're dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins. So there's a big difference in the quality. Now these Philly coins, though, folks, I mean, first of all, take a look at a modern proof set, which Kim has here. This is, I think, a 1991, Kim, 1991 proof set that you have. Nowadays, folks, the proof coins are struck at the San Francisco Mint, and the technology today is state-of-the-art. When I say the proof coins represent the finest possible quality given the technology of the day, well, the technology of the past 30+ years is state-of-the-art, and these coins are state-of-the-art. You are guaranteed, when you buy a proof set, you are guaranteed of getting 5 superb proof coins in high grade. These probably grade proof 68, proof 69, maybe even proof 70. You might even get a proof 70 in there, which is the highest possible grade. Back in the Philadelphia Mint days, folks, though, proof coins were pretty much made the same way they had been made back in the early 1800s. They didn't have this technology at the old Philadelphia Mint. And when they shipped them in the cellophane packaging in these paper envelopes. Here's an original proof set from the old Philadelphia Mint era. I've got a couple of them. Here's a 1956, so they even shipped them like this, third-class mail. And it was you opened it up, and the coins were housed in these cellophane envelopes, which were pliable. And you could see being pliable, that meant the cellophane could abrade against the coin, which meant it could hairline the coin, which lowers the grade of the coin. So that was just one of the problems. But even these sets, folks, have gotten so scarce. I've got here, here's an original 1959 proof set in an envelope. This is how they're supposed to look. But even these sets, as damaged or impaired as they are, as you can see, this $50 has some serious toning issues on it. Even these are rare. Nowadays, I'm seeing more and more of these kinds of 1959 proof sets. You take a look at these here. Take a look at this 1959 set. It says Treasury Department, 1959 in the corner there. It looks pretty much the same. The words are the same, but compared to this original, how come the paper has such a different color? How come this looks so much fresher? Does this look like a 55-year-old plus envelope? And the answer is it's not. Nowadays, they make so many of these sets, and they're basically counterfeit sets, where they make it to look like an original mint product. And you see these offered a lot on eBay a lot of times. And even the inside, where it's an original 1959 set, has a certain kind of cardboard with a letter that comes with it. And here's the little note that comes with it. But you can even see the toning on the cardboard verifying the age of this material, whereas this counterfeit set has just this, cutout cardboard, which is obviously a mint product. And then when you get the cellophane envelope, this is easy to see that it's not an original mint cellophane envelope. The corrugating, the texture of the seal around here is not original mint. This is a counterfeit set. Now, why do they do that is the question. Why would they do that? These are actually original proof coins. These are proof coins. But why would they take the time? Why would they take the time to make them into a look-alike set? Well, the answer is simple. Is because these particular coins are very low grade. Now they look nice. They look nice, but I'm going to cut I'm going to cut the 59.5 out because it's the biggest coin in this set. And right here in front of your eyes, why would it be in this envelope? And when we look at it, I'm going to do it even without a halogen light. If I could tilt it at the right angle, you'll be able to see all kinds of scrapes in the field that in the envelope weren't really that obvious. Take a look at this. You could see in front of his face, in back of his head. And now I just cut this out of there. Now that is why these coins were encased in these envelopes, because they're very low quality. This is probably about a proof 63. Okay? And the quarter, dime, nickel, penny, they're all the same. They're low quality, and that's what people are doing. They're buying these coins cheap because they're obviously the lowest quality proof coins. They're putting them in this packaging and selling them for, as original sets. So watch out for that. The coins I have are proof 68s. This is an amazing, amazing deal. I want you to take a look at these, folks. This is going to be a short presentation. This is a monumental collector special. Here's what you're going to get. You see these coins. We have to go through thousands and thousands of sets to find a quarter. And maybe, Kim, if we can get just a hand shot of just the 61, I guess, just pick one up there, 61, 62, 63, or 64, any one of those. Yeah, take your pick. They're all equally superb. 1 point from the highest grade. But to the naked eye, you look at the close-up, this coin looks flawless. I mean, to me, I can say, why not proof 69? I don't see a hairline or a spot on it. Absolutely superb. Now, understandably, you look on eBay, these coins go for good money. I mean, to get a proof coin from this early era, they haven't graded that many, folks. Here's the total population of these coins in proof 67 and proof 68 grade. And you can see how few have been graded. '64, you get an improvement in quality, and there you could see the proof 68 number jumps from 1,300 the previous year to 3,500 for the '64 year. That was the last year these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. That's the other thing that's important to understand. These are the last of the proof Washington quarters struck on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint. Now, you see a few of these. Here's a 64. You know, I'm searching around, looking all over on eBay for these. Here's one that was in proof 66, the most common date up there. There's one for $61. Here's one in proof 67 in an Anax holder. For $89. Here's one in proof 68. Proof 68, $100. You go to the next earlier date. Here's a 63 in proof 67. Just in proof 67, a tougher date than the 1964. All the dates, the 64 is the easiest of all these dates to get in high grade. 63 and earlier, they get considerably tougher. Here's what I got for you folks. Take your pick of these. Take your pick of these. The 1961, the 1962, the 1963, or the 1964. Take your pick. You can own any one of these. Again, the 1964, you see dealers selling them for $100. 61, 62, 63 might be $150, $200. Take your pick. Again, we do all the work. We find the coins. There are no middlemen here. I don't buy these already graded from some dealer who bought it from another dealer. Okay, we did the work and submitted the coins ourselves to cut out all the middlemen to give you these kinds of prices. This is where we get a lot of dealers calling in on these, because these are, in fact, what you could say below wholesale type prices. But this is my specialty. This is why I write books on it. This is why I'm working on another book on these coins. $35 a coin. Pick any one of those Washington quarters, 1961, 62, 63 or 64, only $35 a coin. And if you want a second piece, you get a different date. You can get a second coin, a different date, also just $35 a coin. And if you want a third date, get say a 62, 63, and 61, third date, only $35 a coin. And then if you want the fourth date, say the 64, only $35 a coin. In other words, all four coins for only $140. $140. Now, we get to some of these earlier dates. Kim, if you could show us that pop chart one last time. This is where they start to get tougher. You see, the Mint had a real problem from 1958 through 1964, folks, at the proof facility, when it came to making silver proof coins. And that was the problem of what we call milk spots. And milk spots, we call them milk spots because they're white spots you find on these proof coins, and they come from improper or incomplete washing on the coin blank before it went into the die. All these coin blanks, the silver blanks, went through a soap bath, and they were supposed to wash all that soap residue off the coin. Unfortunately, from 1958 to 64, whoever was working in the cleaning facility wasn't washing all the residue off the blanks. And as a result, a large percentage, in some cases a majority of those silver blanks that went into the die with that soap residue still on the coin, when that die came down with 100 or 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the coin. Okay? We have to show them the pops. Yeah, the pops is what we want them to see. So you look at those dates. The 60, only 1,668 graded in 6.7, but only 934 graded in 6.8. The 58's the toughest, only 771 coins. Now I've got something I'm going to show you really quickly. This is a box. Many of you have seen this box before. This is an original unopened 1958 proof sets, and a lot of times when you hear that, you know, they're not original sets, they're these counterfeit things, but these were original sets. You look at these, They're original sets. And I cut around 15 of the sets open, and every one of the silver coins had these milk spots on them. Every single one of them. I'm going to do one right here in front of the camera. I do this every once in a while, and you folks who've been watching my show for a year or more have probably seen this before. And every time I open one or two of these for a presentation, I've opened just about half the sets by now. I have looks like about 50 left. And I open it up here, and Kim, just show them. It's easy to zoom in on the $50 here. I just cut this one out. It's easy to zoom on the $50. It's the largest coin. Even through the cellophane, you can see the spots on that $50. Take a look at that. And again, those do not come off. But folks, and here's some quarters from the same group. Here's a 58 quarter that I cut out. Kim, if you want to just take it out there, and you know, one side may look great, and then you flip it over, and all of a sudden you see a milk spot. That side looks, now you do see a spot right there by the rim at around 4 o'clock, but it's pretty small, but that certainly would kick it out of proof 68 grade. But then you look at that huge spot around 8 o'clock on the reverse. Again, those do not come out. That would make the coin about a proof, you know, proof 63 maybe. So when you look at the population numbers, folks, that's the problems you see for those dates 58 to 64. 60, the 60, 59, 58, those are the 3 toughest dates. The 61, 2, and 3 have milk spot problems as well, but they had higher proof mintages, so you have a larger pool of proof sets to find nice coins from. But you get to 1960, and the mintage was about half it was in 61, and 59 is about 1,000 fewer than the 60, and the 58 had less than 1 million. And that's why for the 58, only 771 graded, while the 1956 and the 55 have all about twice as many graded in 68, simply because they did not have the milk spot problem, even though they had lower proof mintages. But those early dates, folks, those early dates are especially valuable. You know, you get the 1955 in any grade, because of the low mintage. It has tremendous absolute rarity, only 378,000 struck. There's one in proof 67 for about $79. Here's one in proof 68, $160. Here we go. So we got the first 4 dates, $35 a coin. The 1961, 62, 63, 64, take your pick, $35 a coin. Now you'd expect the 60 to be at least 50% to 100% more in price. $35 is already a great price. But if you want to get the 5th coin, the 1960, folks, it's also going to be $35 in the entire set. You get it as a set, it will be $175. Okay, I cannot offer it separately because we get to these earlier dates and I have a really limited quantity of some of these early dates you see here in proof 68 condition because of all the issues associated with the minting of these coins. So you get the 5th coin. This is at 1960. It's only $35 additional. That's $175 for the 5-coin set. Now we get to the 9-coin set. If you want to include the 56, 57, 58, and 59, 9 coins, you'd expect it to be, well, for each additional coin, at least $70 to $80. I mean, the 58, the 59, you'd expect, in proof 68 condition, you figure it'd be $200, $250, folks. Again, we did the work. When we do the work and find the coins and we can keep our costs low, we can pass that on to you. We've got the 9-coin set. Are you ready? The 9-coin set, $299 for the 1956 to the 1964. The last of the silver proof Washington quarters in proof 68, $299. And finally, I've got my 10 coin, blow the doors off on this one. I mean, here we come. Nowhere will you find a set of Washington quarters of this quality at this price. This is what Rick's U.S. Coin Show is all about, offering you great numismatic opportunities, folks. How would you like to own the entire 10 coin set for only $32.90 a coin in Proof 68? $32.90 a coin. In other words, $329. Call in now. $329 for this entire 10 coin set in Proof 68 condition. I have limited quantities of these because of the difficulty of those earlier years. The earlier years being 1960 and earlier in this kind of extraordinarily high-grade proof condition. This is an enormous, enormous numismatic opportunity. Here you have a major series, the Washington Quarter Series. To find these coins in Proof 68, to get the entire set for only $329, only here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Just absolutely, absolutely breathtaking set. We are so very proud to be able to offer this set, you know, again, through our hard work, through our efforts. This is what we love to do. You know, when we're willing to put in the time to go through the thousands and thousands of sets, when I'm offered proof sets all the time, and most of them, like you see, are garbage. But if you work really hard, which we really do, folks, we work really hard to go through all of these sets, and occasionally we find the diamond in the rough. And we put it aside, and you get a Proof 68. And we're able to offer it to you today while we have them. Call in now. We've got a queue on this. We've got a queue. We've got a lot of folks calling in, but call in now. I've got enough for all of those who are, if you are waiting online, I have made sure I had enough to satisfy the people who are currently holding online. I will cut it right at this point. If I do this presentation 10 minutes longer, then I can't guarantee we'll have have enough sets. But if I cut it right here for everybody that's currently online, you will be guaranteed one of these sets, one of these 10 coin sets in Proof 68 condition for $329. From Kim and I, thank you for watching this collector special, this very special collector special presentation. Hello, fellow collectors. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick and Kimberly Tomaska here. If you've just tuned in, we just had a presentation on the 1955 to 1964 Washington quarters, where we offered individual coins and the entire set, 10 coin set in Proof 68 condition for $329. Now, in that presentation, I explained what Washington quarter or what proof coins are. And this series is such an important series. It's going to be one of the central series to the next proof book I'm working on. This next proof book is going to pick up where my first proof book left off. It's going to cover not just the 1950 to 1970 coinage, but it's going to go all the way through the Eisenhower dollars. It's going to go back into the Walking Liberty half series, the Morgan dollar series in proof. It's going to include, you know, we're going to go back to the Civil War era when we're talking about proof coins, particularly we're going to focus on the silver proof coins from the U.S. Mint. And this exciting, to be able to offer this kind of Washington quarter set for that kind of price, folks. Again, I had to emphasize the only way we're able to do this is through our hard work. Kimberly, Caitlin, and I, when we occasionally are offered some nice collections of original proof sets. We have to go through thousands and thousands to find, a single coin that might grade proof 68 to complete these sets. And there are so many sets that have already been picked through. Now, we go through thousands and thousands of sets. We don't buy the sets already graded from some dealer who had them graded, and which we're essentially paying his services when we buy them, and then have to tack that on to the price we offer to you. It's our work. And so we cut out all the middlemen, and that's where we're able to offer that great price. Now, out of all those sets we go through, occasionally we get really fortunate. Occasionally. And it's like one of those aha moments, I've struck gold, like eureka. Wow, look at this one. Look at this one. This might even be a proof 69. And you look at it and we study it under a halogen light, under a magnification. We can't find a flaw on it. And you get enough of those coins where we submit them to NGC, and, well, a lot of times they don't grade proof 69, they'll grade proof 68. Because maybe they'll see a little tiny flaw under magnification that we missed. And it could be the tiniest little imperfection that you can't even see with the naked eye. But we do get enough of them where eventually we're able to offer a complete set of these in proof 69. And I have a handful out of all of those 1955 to 64 coins that we look through. We have a handful of sets that we can offer that we have in proof 69, which is the highest matching grade you can complete this set in. You cannot complete this set in proof 70. They do not exist. These are the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on silver planchets using that old technology, that old style packaging. And this is the ultimate in terms of the technical proof grade. I only have a very few of these sets. Take a look at this set that we have on display for you folks. The entire 10-coin set. Now, if you called in earlier and bought a proof 68 set and would like to upgrade it to a proof 69, just call right in. No problem. We will upgrade you. It doesn't cost you anything. No problem at all. I do not have that many. And when you see the populations of these coins, you will understand why I don't have that many. Every coin, proof 69 from 1955 to the last year of the Washington Quarter Series, struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet, the 1964. In 1965, the Mint switched to a clad planchet with no silver content whatsoever. And in fact, I have a 1965 quarter. It happens to be a special mint set quarter, but Kim is going to put it in front of the camera for you to see the difference between that coin. It has a slightly different, it's got a kind of a grayish cast to it. And that's what your clad, non-silver Washington quarter that we're so familiar with today, because from 65 on, all the quarters struck for commercial use have 0 silver content. Now compare that. Kim is going to show you the 64 and proof 69. Absolutely flawless. Absolutely flawless. Beautiful coin. That 1964, the last quarter, struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet, extraordinary condition. And all 10 coins, folks, just like this. These are miracle coins. These are miracle coins from all the thousands and thousands and thousands of sets we looked at. We made a fair number of proof 68 sets, but only a handful of these sets in proof 69. And Kim's got a pop chart showing you how rare these coins are. You could see in proof 69, the first year of issue, the 19, well, let's start with that at the bottom, Hector. The 64, they had the best quality at the Philadelphia Mint. A big improvement in quality in that last year that they made proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint. They struck about 4 million proof coins, but only 2,200 graded in proof 69. And that's a low number, 2,200 coins. But as soon as you go back 1 year, look at how the number drops. 1963, 741. 62, 363. 61, 315. 1960, 244. 373 for 1959, and then again, the 58, 244. And I showed you, if you missed that, our earlier presentation, the big problem in proof production from 1958 to 64 were milk spots. And I showed you in 1960, Kimberly showed you a typical 1958 Washington quarter from this era. And here's one of them. I don't know if this was the exact coin, but one of the reasons you had a couple problems in the way proof coins were made, were one was hairlines and the other was milk spots. And the milk spots were due to incomplete cleaning of the coin blank, incomplete washing of the coin blank, and there would be soap residue left on the blank. And you could see on that 58 quarter, soap residue left on the blank as it went into the die. And when that die came down with 100 tons of pressure or more, that residue was struck into the coin. And there you see a white spot right in the middle of the eagle's breast there. That is, we call it a milk spot, but that is soap residue. And on the obverse, you see several small spots. And this is the big problem with all of these coins. And a lot of times right in the middle of Washington's cheek. You may not notice it unless it's tilted at a certain angle, right in the middle of his cheek. And folks, those are part of the coin. When that die comes down with all that pressure, that residue is struck into the coin. We actually had a chemical analysis done of one of these coins with these spots, and it is kind of from a soap-type residue that these spots come from. So while the original coin is supposed to be 90% silver, these coins actually with this residue technically would be like 89.98% silver because you have 0.02%, that's this other foreign substance. These are proof 69s. You saw the population numbers. Kim's got a few comparables. Here you got the most common date, the 1964. You got a top-rated seller, but it's a proof 69. A proof 69, top-rated seller, over 53,000 happy customers. A top-rated seller on eBay, $200, a very fair price. Rare 1962, 350. So those two coins right there, those two dates, $550. We take the first date of the series, the 55. $450. You're at $1,000 for just those three coins. And we're not even talking about the three toughest coins, because again, take one last look at the chart, folks. One last look at the population chart. One last look, and you'll see the 58's about 10 times rarer than the 64 and 69, as is the 1960. And the 59 and 61 are right behind. Those are your key dates, the 58 through the 1961 and include the 1962. Those are your toughest dates in proof 69 because of the hairline problems and those milk spot problems. And here you're getting the key dates. When you've got other dealers just asking $400, $450 for dates that are tough dates, but not the rarest dates. The 55 is a tough date. 400 coins, that's a tough date. Folks, take a look at this set. Again, we've cut out all the middlemen. This has got to be a short presentation because we do not have very many of these sets. Kim, if you could just give them a couple of hand shots of these, starting with the first date, the 1955, the very first year of the series. Here you have a 1955 that's rare in any condition. They only struck 378,000 coins, only 400 graded in proof $69. Folks, you know, if I were asking $300 a coin, that would be $3,000 for the set. And that would be a very, very reasonable price. You get to under $200 a coin, say $19.95, you're under $200 a coin for $19.95. How would you like the entire set? Again, call in now. I have a limited number of these sets. Call in now, because when you hear the price, once these are gone, I don't know if I can replace these. We were very fortunate to get this small group together. It's not often when we get the opportunity to go through thousands and thousands of fresh, unsearched proof sets. And even though they're unsearched, most of the coins, as I briefly demonstrated, are flawed. They're either hairlined or spotted. Only a handful of these sets survived in this condition. And I'm offering them today while we have them for only $94.90 a coin. In other words, $949 for the entire set. You heard me correctly. $949. The 1958 alone should be a $500, $600 coin. That's one of the key dates, the 1958. And then 1960, really, really difficult, only 244 graded in proof 69. And you're getting the entire set while we have them for only $949. Ultimate highest grade proof coins for less than $100 a coin. Extremely rare, beautiful, extremely rare, extraordinary condition rarity, highest quality. The three legs of the stool, folks, in spades. I always talk about the three legs of the stool to get coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, and the most rarity possible for the best possible price. And here you've got that in spades. You've got this 10-coin set, the highest matching grade possible of some beautiful, extremely rare coins for under $100 a coin. We've got a bunch of people calling in right now. I'm going to cut this presentation right here, because if I carry this presentation on for 5 minutes longer, we would have people calling in. It looks like we may even have a queue. We will have people calling in, and we won't have any sets left. And again, I have a limited number of these sets, so I got to cut it right here. I want to be able to offer everyone a set who calls in now to take advantage of this opportunity. And again, if I carry it out, if I do this for 5 minutes longer, we'll be beyond sold out, and I can't get any more sets at this time. So this is your chance. Please take advantage of this. If you want to own something really, really special, you'll only find this kind of set here in this kind of quality at this price here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. From Kim and I, thank you for watching.
Church bells ring, snowflakes fall, children singing back the halls, all that we hold so dear at this wonderful time of the year. All that we hold so dear at this wonderful time of the year.
One of the greatest sets the Mint has ever produced for us collectors was the Statehood Quarter Series. I mean, when this first came out, I thought it was such a great inspirational idea, where you have, you know, the 50 states, and each year the Mint would strike 5 different issues in the series in the order that the states came into the Union. And each quarter would have, the symbols, landmarks, famous people, et cetera, that particular state was known for on that quarter for that year. So in the very first year, you had, Delaware was the first state to enter the Union. So that was the first struck, followed by Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia, and Connecticut. And those all came out in 1999. In the second year, 2000, you had Massachusetts, Maryland, South Carolina, New Hampshire, Virginia, and so on for each year until the last year of the series was 2008. And when you finally had the last 5 states that entered the Union, you had Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, and of course Alaska and Hawaii. Most of the collectors who collected these, got the coins that they found in their change. And they had their albums, and they would find the coins in their change, and they would complete the sets that way. And that's a great way to collect these coins. And the Mint struck large amounts of these coins for commerce. When they first started striking these in 1999, you can see in that first year, they struck anywhere from 300 million, 300 million roughly to almost 700 million of the Connecticut's at the Philadelphia and Denver mints for commerce in that first year. And these were coins, again, the kind of coins you find in your pocket change that were just struck for commerce. In the second year, they struck similar large amounts, hundreds of millions of them each year. As we go down the list there, 2000, you can see the mintages were all quite high, and they were really, they've always been extremely popular. It's a cool series. And you get to the next group there, 2002s, get to the next page. Once in a while, you dip into the 200 million range. There you see a lot of them in the 200 to 300 million range in terms of total mintage. And then finally, we finish up the series with the 2007 and 2008s. And the only one that dips below 200 million was that 2008 D Oklahoma, 194 million. Now, on the other hand, in proof condition, they struck a lot fewer of these in proof condition. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce, given the technology of the day. So the proof coins, in order to make the proof coins, the U.S. Mint would take the finest dies and they would just polish them and treat them until the dies had a mirror-like finish. And then they'd give the coin blanks a similar kind of polishing treatment. Then they would slowly feed these blanks into the die and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And that's so important with the statehood quarters, because when you see these coins up close, there is so much fine detail. And you see it all on the proof coins. And most importantly, once the proof coins are struck, while the coins for commercial use were struck and dumped into bins where they braided with other coins, the proof coins were all individually handled. They weren't allowed to braid with any other coins. Now, the proof coins, there are 2 different kinds of statehood quarter proof coins. There were those that were struck in clad metal with no precious metal content, and then they struck a limited number in silver, and they struck a lot fewer of these. 1999S clad, they struck about 3.7 million, but in silver, only 800,000. 2000, 4 million in clad, 965,000 in silver. 2002, 3 million in clad, 892,000 in silver. You go on down the list. The lowest mintage in clad was the last year, 2008. A little over 2 million were clad, just about 1.2 million in silver condition. And what I have for you today, I've offered these once before where I had a set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, the complete 50 coin set. I have most of this set on display right over here. Folks, this set is so big, we couldn't fit it all on the display. You've got 50 different states, 50 coins in this set. We have this set at a great price. We've got the last 3 years right over here. But you can see that we have them arranged in order, that they were struck in order, that the states entered the Union. The first one, again, being Delaware, and then Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Each one unique. Just a fabulous, fabulous set. It's a great set for your kids because it teaches them so much about our country. So much of our history is on each of these coins. It's just a tremendous, tremendous numismatic set. Really an inspirational set that the Mint struck for us collectors. It's really a job well done. And there you see this entire set in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. And you're going to love the price. Now, again, in the previous presentation, that's all we were able to offer were these sets in Proof 69. But what I have today for you is something extra special because I have a limited number of sets, fewer than 10, in Proof 70 as well. There you got the Illinois Proof 69 Ultra, Land of Lincoln. There's Abe Lincoln there, Alabama, Maine, Missouri with the Golden Arch, Texas, Lone Star State, Iowa, Wisconsin, California, Minnesota, Oregon, Kansas, look at the Buffalo, West Virginia. Then we have, again, we have the 2006s over here, you know, the 2007s, the 2008s, which we're going to show you in the Proof 70 set, folks. Here is the set in Proof 70. We have a real limited number of these. This is the first time I've ever been able to offer these. You're going to love the price on whichever set you choose. This is a home run. I mean, putting one of these together was really, really difficult in 70. Some of these dates in 70, especially the early dates, the 1999s have gone for moon money in 70. When these first came out in those early years, I mean, the 1999s were the key date to get in 70. They were going for moon money. Now, back then, 15 years ago, was not the time to buy those coins because they were going for $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 or more for individual coins. Okay, that was, you paid top dollar at that time. Folks, this is the perfect time to buy because I put these sets together for myself and I have them at a great, great price for you. Again, it's based on my cost. And we've got all 50 on display here because we have a second stand we put up to fit the last year of the series. This stand is a little bit bigger than the stand we had for the 6.9s. You've got the 2006, there's South Dakota, there's Montana, Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, I believe it came into the Union in 1911, Alaska, and Hawaii, I believe they came into the Union in 1958. The last 2 years in this 50 coin set. When these came out, there was a time, here's a 1999 that sold in auction, folks, a Delaware, silver. This sold in auction for over just the one coin, $19,000. That was a very high price. But even today, you'll see these coins for over $2,000. And here's just the 1999 set. Here's an NGC 1999 set that sold in 70. Just the 1999 set. Again, that's the key year, the toughest year. Sold for $4,600 just for that 1 year. You sent one of these coins to NGC, they have a grading fee of $30. That's their lower priced grading fee. They charge $8 as a handling fee. They ship everything back to you registered mail. That's roughly $24. Right there, you're into the coin for over $60. And then you have to ship the coin to them. And you have the cost of the coin. You're into the coin for $90 to $150. So you can easily understand if you've got a 50 coin set times 100, that's $5,000. We have been able to put this set together in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. These folks are flawless to the eye. We have a limited number of these in 6.9. Call in now. First time we offered these, we sold out within a week, okay? And we had around 50 sets. They were gone. I have a limited number of these sets in 6.9. I have them for only $21.90 a coin, folks. I mean, do the math. I mean, these are the silver issues. You can own a set in 6.9 while I have them for only $1,095. That's the entire 50 coin set. It's the silver set, not the clad set. It's the silver set, lower mintage silver set for only $21.90 a coin in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. That's the entire set. That includes the 1999. I mean, there's one dealer just for the 1999 set in 6.9. He wants $500 just for the 1999 set. Just for that one set. You've got the entire 50 coin set for $1,095, $21.90 a coin. Now, what about the Proof 70 sets? Well, again, I don't have very many of these, but what I am able to do is offer these at a great price. I've got the entire Proof 70 Ultra Cameo set, and putting these together was really difficult. This set is not $20,000 or $15,000 or $10,000 or $4,900, nothing like that. I've got these Proof 70 sets, and you have to understand that when NGC grades these coins for 70, the coins go through an extra grading step. When NGC gets a coin that looks like it's a flawless Proof 70, they pull the coin aside. They then study it under an even higher magnification than the first review. And if under that higher magnification it looks flawless, they then give it a grade of Proof 70. Now that's an additional labor, additional work involved, so they charge an additional fee to grade these Proof 70s. So these even are even more expensive to grade than the Proof 69s. But I'm able to offer these sets in Proof 70. Again, I have a limited number of these, folks. I have fewer than 10 sets in 70. $2,795 a set. That's $55.90 a coin. It doesn't get any better than that, folks. This is the entire set. It includes the 1999 set. The entire set for $2,795. Take a look at these. This is just extraordinary. You go to that very first year of issue, the 1999s. It's just extraordinary. The entire set. Normally you'd see dealers asking $24.95 just for the 1999 set. There you see the Delaware. Again, by itself, that coin has gone for $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, over $10,000. Got the Delaware, the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia. Finally, the last coin issued in 1999, Connecticut, the fifth coin to enter the Union, $27.95, $2,795. That is for the entire 50 coin set, and it's the silver set, not the clad set. The silver set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. We've got a lot of people calling in. Several 6/9 sets have sold. Looks like we've already sold a couple sets in 70. We've done all the work for you. This is a great time to acquire one of these statehood quarter sets in the finest possible condition at the best possible price. Now, you don't have to get the 70 set. If you want the very best, if you want the ultimate, this is it right here. This 70 set for only $27.95, but a lot of you are getting the 6/9 set because really the 6/9 set is flawless to the naked eye. The only way you're going to see the difference between a 69 and a 70 is to really study it close under magnification, because the 6/9s are flawless to the naked eye, and they're only $1,095 a set. That's a 50 coin set for only $1,095, and that comes out to $21.90 a coin. And again, these are silver issues. You've got the silver bullion value just alone, and the silver issues are much, much rarer, much lower mintage than the clad issues. I mean, these are the most desirable of the statehood quarters, and we have them at a great price for you. We hope you can take advantage of it. It's just a great opportunity. It's a great collector series, and it has so much value in the stories they tell. When you look at each one of these coins, there's so much about our country on each one of these coins in this entire set. It's a great teaching tool for your kids, your grandkids. There's history. There's all the things that make our country what it is today. It's what collecting is all about. I'm really thrilled to be able to offer these sets in superb condition in 6/9 and 70 at these kind of prices. It's really a great opportunity. If you've been looking at one of these statehood quarter series, now's the time to pick one of these up. One last time, I have a limited number of these sets in 6/9. We've got a lot of people calling in. The 6/9 sets are only $1,095. $1,095. That's $21.90 a coin. You know, and then we have the 70 sets. You know, with all the grading fees, etc. You know, you'd think these sets would be priced several times higher than what I have them at. The 70 sets are only $27.95, $2,795, $55.90 a coin. Again, I had fewer than 10 to start. We've sold several. I got to cut it right here. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines, they would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they were braiding them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty Double Eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around. And you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you set this to a grading service, they call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, in 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty Double Eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS60, you can see the difference. This is a mint state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25, 30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is in 1933 during the Great Depression. With that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Gold coins, folks, because that's the one thing they knew throughout human history, cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times. Gold has always had value. Gold has always had value, going back thousands of years. And so they were pulling their money and buying gold coins. Now, this created additional stress on our banking system. So in early 1933, Franklin Roosevelt, then president, newly elected, passed Executive Order 6102. He had to stop this process of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying the gold coins. Executive Order 6102 made it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. Now, gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold meant you could only own a maximum of 5 gold double eagles at $20 each. That was it. If you had over $100 worth of gold double eagles, you had to turn them in to the Treasury. And folks, they enforced it. If you did not turn your gold in and you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced up to 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. And so citizens began, well, they had to, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They began turning their gold into the Treasury in exchange for paper money, and fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were then melted down by the Treasury back into bullion, forever gone. That's over 50 million coins. Now, here's where these 1899 double eagles come in. There were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, there's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks. Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS-62. And again, the 1904 P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rarer in this condition than the 1904 P. Here's another 1904 P, $4,200 for an MS-62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS-62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS-62. Again, a no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Well, here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at. Again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924 P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904 P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899 P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899 Ps. Call in now, folks. MS-62 and MS-63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS-62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS-62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS-62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS-62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,500 $495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now. If you put half down today, $1,747.50, we will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin. Half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899p Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62, is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European banker where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s. This is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, I mean, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks.